guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Then, how we doing? Ready for a Friday. Yeah, that's right, Zorro. TGIF. Here it comes. Finally. No, not really. Hey, it's been a short work week. This one just flew right by. Coming off the long holiday weekend there. We'll make our way into the 10th day of September. Any big plans for your weekend? Hey, for millions of folks out there, to be a beautiful weekend weather-wise for outdoor activities. We'll be kicking off the party at the Vinicolette Winery, Coleraine, Ohio tonight. The big fall festival gets underway. Friday night, all day Saturday, and like I think noon to 8. I think it's a little after 8 o'clock Sunday. Yeah, 3 big days of live entertainment, good food, good wine, and a beautiful atmosphere. You want to come out and say hi? I'll be there this evening kicking things off. I think it gets underway somewhere between 5 and 6, something like that. Need to check my schedule. Meanwhile, I hope you've had a great work week. Not a whole lot really to talk about weather-wise tonight. That's why I'm saying it's going to be a beautiful weekend for much of the country. Overwhelming majority of the country is pretty much high and dry, a quiet night. Still a little bit of rain up into northern New England. Still a lot of rain in Maine anyway. And we still have a few showers down in the Boston area. That's all associated with that frontal system that's still trying to pull out of here. Brought a lot of severe weather through the week, starting in the Great Lakes, the northern plains, then on into the Northeast. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of flooding issues with that latest system. 24 hours ago, we were witnessing Tropical Storm Mindy that had come ashore just a few hours earlier. It was like 9:15 in the evening, 3 hours before showtime, that storm officially came ashore. It has now traversed northern Florida. Center of circulation is off the coast of Florida, the Carolina coast. Carolinas, actually. Moving ashore under the cover of darkness last evening. We saw gusty downpours across the Florida Panhandle. Some of the worst conditions were actually right around Panama City and Apalachicola, Florida. Heavy rain soaking the coastal cities. Of course, Mindy weakened after moving inland, becoming a tropical depression before the sun even came up Thursday morning. But indeed, it continued to bring some heavy rain across parts of southeastern Georgia, coastal areas of South Carolina and North Carolina. Again, it's already traversed northern Florida, southern Georgia. The center now is over the Atlantic Ocean. Still close enough to cause some issues into the evening hours. But as I look at the current radar scene, most of the shower activity is now even off the coastal-most areas of North Carolina, pushing off to the northeast. So that's good news. I think most of the issues with Mindy are now behind us. Latest update had maximum sustained winds at 35 miles per hour, so just a tropical depression. About 100 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. Of course, Mindy did quickly ramp up before hitting the Florida Panhandle as a tropical storm. Actually garnered a name at about 5 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, again coming to shore about 9:15. Officially made landfall at St. Vincent Island, Florida. It had sustained winds at 45 miles per hour. There were some gusts reported approaching 60 miles per hour. Meanwhile, looking at the radar, well off the East Coast, you can still see the big storm. That's Larry. Still Hurricane Larry. Larry passed east of Bermuda as a hurricane this past day. It was really a glancing blow. Now the next target is likely to be the recipient of a direct hit from Larry. Forecasters expect Larry to make landfall on the island of Newfoundland, there in Atlantic Canada. It will bear down with hurricane-force winds, heavy rain, pounding seas early this weekend. This enormous storm is also continuing to stir trouble along the east coast of the USA as we head into the first half of the weekend. Now, ahead of the storm, the Canadian Hurricane Center has issued hurricane and tropical storm watches for southeastern Newfoundland this past morning. Larry's losing some of the wind intensity, continues to weaken gradually. Now it's down to a Category 1 storm, but sustained winds are still at 95 miles per hour. So it went from a Category 3 earlier this week down to a 2 on Thursday and down to 1 now. Moving toward the north-northeast at a pretty healthy clip, about 21 miles per hour. Passed about 170 miles east of the islands there in Bermuda. Of course, she had tropical storm force winds extending 220 miles from the center of the storm. So that's pretty much what they dealt with, tropical storm force winds there for Bermuda, which they're well equipped to handle that. But due to Larry's persistence as a hurricane and a large storm in general, winds will continue to generate those large swells that they tell us are propagating outward from the center by more than 800 miles. As these swells approach the shallow coastal waters along the Atlantic coast, large waves, powerful breakers, strong rip currents have been being generated. So rough surf and seas will begin to diminish from south to north along the Atlantic coast from Friday through Saturday night. Now, further north up toward New England, you'll probably still be experiencing rough surf conditions through the first half of the weekend. Larry is predicted now to turn to the north and then northeast, given that the storm was already as far west as Nova Scotia this past day, the Canadian maritime province located in far southeastern Canada. They will be spared a direct hit. The path will not take a sharp enough turn, though, to make its way east of Newfoundland. Anticipating a landfall along the Avalon Peninsula, which juts out on the eastern side of the island. Expecting landfall somewhere in the time frame, Friday night or early Saturday morning. Now, Larry is expected to slowly lose wind intensity. It's moving over cooler waters, and there's going to be some increased wind shear, but even after encountering Newfoundland, Larry will not yet be done. The next step along the path for Larry is anticipated to be Greenland. So yeah, we're talking a very long-lived storm system, big storm out there in the Atlantic, but thankfully, the USA for this one was spared a direct hit. Meanwhile, we flip out to the other side of the country, out west, where there's a few spotty showers at this hour as we roll on through the day Friday and into the weekend. Some good news is on the horizon. Some precipitation is in the forecast. It has been the driest spring and summer, they tell us, in 77 years since they started keeping records at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Only 6.78 inches of rain has been measured there since March the 1st. And we're talking about a part of the country that's notorious. You know, the Seattle, the Portland areas. Yeah, rain. Is there ever a day that it doesn't rain? Well, this spring and summer, there's been more no-rain days than rain days. That wasn't the only record set there. Rain fell only on 41 days over that same time frame. Again, going back to March the 1st. Previously, the lowest number of rain days in that time frame was 46 days, which occurred in 1951 and again in 1992. The dry streak is about to end for the Emerald City. Cooler air arrives in coastal locations, but the rain may still be kept at bay for a period of time. Pattern shift across the Northwest is going to be a dip in the jet stream over that region. The cool down started this past day, but it's really going to be felt in earnest by later today. Eugene, Oregon forecast to reach a high temperature of 72 degrees for your Friday. Quite a difference. Wednesday, you were at 91 degrees. Seattle, your forecast to drop to a high of only 68 degrees today, compared to Wednesday's high of 80. This is going to shift Seattle from several degrees above normal to several degrees lower than average. Despite the cooler air, little or no rain expected along the coast. It'll be a different story, though, a bit further inland. A flow from the Pacific Ocean, combined with that ripple in the jet stream, reaches the interior Northwest later today. Those two features will implement a widespread area of precipitation to develop there. Maybe a quarter of an inch of rain will fall over many interior locations from the Oregon Cascades to the Rocky Mountains of Montana. Possibility that some areas could see even higher amounts locally. Boise, Idaho, which has not had a drop of rain since August the 21st. That streak will be coming to an end here later today. So again, right now, nothing really showing up on the radar, but later today, some rains finally, which, of course, with the wildfires that continue to burn out west, Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, and the rain will be very beneficial for the fire areas that receive some of that rainfall. So a bit of good news for those folks. That's about it weather-wise. Rest of the country's looking like a great night for trailer trucking outside the hotshot secret bunker here in Cincinnati. Beautiful, clear skies, stars shining bright. Jupiter, the most prominent feature in the nighttime sky at this hour. Around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in this morning? First out of the box, hello to Hank, right there. Say their names, Joe Biden, says Hank. Todd follows suit. Say their names, Joe Biden. Hello to the 15 car, checking in from Mooresville, North Carolina. Any thoughts on the World 100? He says, I'm not a fan of Overton. Yeah, that's, I'll delve more into that coming up. Zorro, as we said, TGIF. Morning to Big John. Hello to David. David's listed in there. Let's see. Barbara, check it in. Copy the mail from Raleigh, North Carolina. Have a good weekend, everyone. Double R, checking in. Sitting in the rain in the Boston area. Wish we could be there for the weekend festivities. Yeah, it's a good time, you know. We'll miss you guys this weekend. Hank, check it in. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Coming into Memphis. A nice 70 degrees here. Dropping my wagon off. Then on to Jackson, Tennessee. The home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. Bidu, check it in. Morning, Steve. And the overnight cruise. 60 degrees here in Rochester, New York tonight. Cloudy skies. Waiting on loads to head back to Youngstown. Hello to Kimberly, Kim and Rick. Hello there, guys. Good to have you with us. Happy Friday. Let's see. Joe checking in. Hey, Steve, rolling up I-75 from Atlanta tonight. Enjoy the overnight company. Keep up the good work. Big Moose checking in. Taking tonight off. Family in from out of state for the funeral. That'd be his brother's funeral that passed away last weekend. So everyone stay safe. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. 10:42 till Tuesday morning. Yeah, Big Moose, have a great weekend there. I know it's not going to be a great weekend. It's another difficult weekend. Can we pile something else on Big Moose? Say a prayer for he and the family this weekend. 007 checking in from Rochelle, Illinois at the Petro Stopping Center there. Fuzzy says, great start to the weekend. Rolling a long window open. Listen to your show. Perfect night to pick them up and put them down. Everybody have safe travels. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, Fuzzy. Jay checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. Half Track checking in. Southbound on I-65, rolling into Louisville. Hello to Lauren. Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. With a shout-out to the Monkey Gouger. Morning, Steve. Top of the morning, Steve, and my fellow truck drivers. 82 degrees here in Sacramento, California tonight. Santa Claus. Check it in on the other side of the country. Looks like, who we got? Heat Wave checking in. Morning from the California-Nevada line. Headed for the Mile High City. And Gary checking in. How we doing, Steve? Greetings from Northern Ohio. These cool nights are perfect for flatbed trucking. There you go. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Great to have y'all jumping right out of the box on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. Underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of pulling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty there, I was doing a quick search. I just came across the memo there from Eskimo Mom, which that was breaking news to me. I had not caught that yet. Eskimo Mom was checking in. Howdy from Northern Kentucky, TGIF, partly cloudy, 64 degrees. Heads up for anyone in the Beaver Creek, Fairborn, Wright Pat area. The base is on lockdown. Some sort of an active shooter situation. So, as I said, that's what I was doing, a quick search. I pulled up WHIO, and this is what they have at this point. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base under lockdown Thursday night after reports of an active shooter at a building that's part of the National Air and Space Intelligence Center. The update here from less than 30 minutes ago. Wright-Patterson Air Force security personnel have completed their initial security sweep and have moved on to a secondary sweep, according to the public affairs spokesperson, Colonel Patrick Miller. Installation commander at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is expected to provide an update to the media at the media staging area. Time for the update not known at this point. Additional details about the incident, including any potential injuries, have not been released at this point. Greene County Sheriff Gene Fisher said deputies from his office responded to the scene, but are not involved in the investigation. Deputies were staged in the area in the event that they would be needed, according to Fisher. WHIO says our crews are on the scene. We'll update the story as we learn more. So, again, that was posted about 28 minutes ago from WHIO. Not sure exactly what they've got going on there, but thanks for the heads up, Eskimo Mom. Billy the Kid checking in. Morning, Steve Summers. Have a great day. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 64 degrees. Had a beautiful day today. I'm off for the weekend. Have a great night and a great weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Miss Millie, checking in. 59 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky. Yes, prayers for Moose and his family. Everybody stay safe. Trump, USA. That's good, Miss Millie. Hello to James. Nice, cool, early fall-like morning here in North Georgia, where it's 62 degrees. And Vicky checking in. She was chiming in as well just a few moments ago. Thought you'd like to know. Wright Pat is under lockdown. It all started a little before 9:30 this past evening and is ongoing. NASIC building is what they said had an active shooter on the base. That's what we know. That sounds about right. Maybe we'll learn something more here in the coming hours. As I'll keep an eye on waiting for the media update. Hello, Chevy Guy. Copy the mail. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 75 degrees there. And hello to Scott. Good to have you with us. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Friday morning coming on. So how about the big story of the day? Mandates. You've had your vaccination, so I guess you're not concerned about it, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this new mandate, any company that has more than 100 employees, and how many truck drivers would that include, that are going to be mandated to take the jab?
Well, yeah, it's not just that. It's also people that work for the federal government. You know, if you're a contractor to the federal government, you know, how many DOD haulers do we have? How many haulers do we have that work for the federal government? There's a lot of freight that moves for the government. But yeah, in a way, I am concerned because what's going to be the next mandate? Are we going to be mandated to take the boosters?
Sure.
When it comes time for boosters, is everybody going to be forced to do that if you don't want to? But here's my question. These mandates are all for what? Working people, right? Was there any mandates for anybody that collects government money that doesn't work?
I didn't catch that in the, that wasn't in the memo that I saw.
No. So if you're sitting home, on unemployment or whatever welfare or whatever government money that you're sitting there collecting money that all us working people are paying in our taxes, you don't see them having to get the vaccination, do you? Huh. Strange.
Yep.
And I didn't really see the speech itself. I did see some video clips of it. In all the time that you've seen the president on TV from when you had to get up and be the remote control there in your house because, somebody wanted to see a different channel. They said, hey, little Steve, get up and change the channel because there wasn't a remote control. You had to go change it between the three networks and the one UHF station and adjust the rabbit ears for the UFHF station. Did you have to stand in the room?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it'd drive you nuts. You'd hold it and get it right. Then as soon as you let go and go to sit down, it'd get all messed up again. Those were the days.
So Steve didn't get to watch that TV station because he was too busy holding the rabbit ears for everybody else.
Right.
So I know the feeling. I had to do the same. But in all those days and when the president came on and he was on all three channels and the only one you didn't get to see the president on was that UFH station, have you ever seen a president run from the podium so fast? I mean, the guy wasn't hardly done talking, and he was running away from the podium. Wouldn't even acknowledge there was reporters in the room.
Well, at least this time he didn't say, I'm supposed to stop and turn around and leave, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even tell him that he was instructed.
Yeah.
So he just followed orders this time.
No, he just ran away. I mean, the best thing it could look like, you could compare it to is if he was in Afghanistan surrendering and he was running away. But I don't know. It's just the loss of freedom. I mean, your loss of freedom in this is just way beyond what the need is there for. I don't know. I think our government's not doing enough in enough places. I mean, you look at everything that's going on in this country right now. We've had a minimal hurricane season. I mean, we've had some major problems with it, but it hasn't been the worst hurricane season either. But where's the president for all that? Where's the president for the forest fires? I mean, how much loss have we had this past year in forest fires out west?
I think he's just been sitting behind the desk pretty much, signing authorizations for FEMA, FEMA authorizations, signing the declaration of a disaster area there in the Northeast after Ida's flooding, those sort of things. But I'm rolling toward news updates, so hang in there. I want to get a little more on the rest of the story. Now, as far as, this is my 2 cents. Yeah, we're going to mandate all these millions. I mean, it's somewhere between 80 and 100 million people they're saying that are going to be potentially impacted by this mandate announcement to get the vaccine. But is it really? I think much of it's going to be all for naught. The Delta variant, which is the dominant strain right now, there are millions of breakthrough cases. They're already telling us the up and coming, which will undoubtedly be the next dominant strain. It goes in cycles, one strain followed by another. The Mu variant, apparently the vaccines are, damn near useless against that strain. So we're mandating this shot. Probably in short order, they're going to be coming up. They'll have to, if the Mu strain is what they're making it out to be, the vaccine isn't really doing anything to ward it off. They're going to have to find something to combat that strain, and everybody's going to have to take a different vaccine. Anyway, the heart of the story, the president directing the Department of Labor to develop a rule that says companies with more than 100 employees will require vaccinations once per week testing for their workers. All right, well, I mean, technically, I guess if you still don't want the vaccine, you got to take the test once a week, right? The rule will require that all employers with 100 or more employees to ensure their workforce is fully vaccinated or, again, require any workers who remain unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on at least a weekly basis before coming to work. All right, so I guess it could be worse. I kind of missed out on the part that you could still just take the test once a week. Let's see. President said the United States can and will turn the tide against COVID by mass vaccination. And, of course, blaming the 80 million people who haven't been vaccinated. We're in a tough stretch, he said. And then this was the quote. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It is about protection against COVID-19. The unvaccinated are crowding our hospitals. The Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration will issue an emergency temporary standard to implement this requirement, according to the White House. It did not mention religious exemptions or individuals whose doctors have recommended against getting the shot. Now, the executive order, which the president will sign, requiring most federal employees and contractors to get a vaccine as well, without the option of getting testing. So for all those federal employees, it is going to be the vaccine mandate. No choice, no option. Federal workers' unions suggest they would accept the vaccine mandate. It's not clear if the U.S. Postal Service will be under the new mandate. I saw one of our listening friends posted a few minutes ago. Jim said, this mandate except for the 700,000 postal workers. So I'm not sure if they've clarified, is that going to be in the mix or not? But all right, more to come. Let's get our news break in here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Friday coming on. Let me see here. Santa Claus checking in. He said, just started sprinkling here in Sacramento. Okay. Maybe get a little bit of needed rainfall there. Shorty says, no mandates. Too late. Hello to Danny this morning. Prayers for Big Moose from Icebreaker, that is. Northbound on 29 in Virginia this morning. Kenneth's waving a hand out there. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Arkansas. 70 here, clear. Yeah, I thought I was off this weekend, but yep, on my way to the scrapyard. Hello to the hired gun, Kingston, Georgia. Check it in, clear 61 degrees. Everyone remember, the rubber side stays on the bottom, the painted side stays on top. Good advice. All right, let's see. Back to the big story of the day. All these new measures that were announced, part of a more aggressive attempt to push for vaccination. This is obviously going to create more opposition. A recent Gallup poll found about 52% favored mandates, employer vaccine mandates. 38% opposed, 29% oppose strongly. There's a number of unions also that have issued statements in recent weeks saying that they are opposed to mandates, including some hospital workers unions, firefighters unions, police unions. Some other unions have voiced opposition to mandates as well. Hospital workers with the Service Employee International Union 1199 held a rally a few weeks ago opposing the mandate imposed by New York Presbyterian Hospital there in Manhattan. Firefighter and police unions from Chicago to Newark, New Jersey, all opposing mandates. The plan receiving widespread criticism from Republicans and conservatives who said this is tantamount to federal overreach. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says, "My legal team is standing by, ready to file our lawsuit the minute Biden files his unconstitutional rule. This gross example of federal intrusion will not stand." Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona says he's going to introduce a measure to block what he called an egregious assault on Americans' freedom and liberty. We must fight against these attempts to force mandates on the American people. Anyway, under the plan, the administration will also require vaccinations for some 17 million healthcare workers at hospitals and other institutions that participate in Medicaid and Medicare programs, or for programs serving disabled or older Americans. Biden says he'll use the federal government's authority under the Defense Production Act to spur companies to produce COVID tests, which will then be sold at large retailers around the country. Meanwhile, the plan is also calling on entertainment venues, arenas, concert halls, and others to mandate vaccine passports or show a negative test in order to enter. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki says, "Our overreaching objective here is to reduce the number of unvaccinated Americans. We want to reduce that number, decrease hospitalizations, and allow children to go to school safely." The White House also plans to offer booster shots for fully vaccinated individuals, the goal of September 20th to roll that out. So that's where we stand. According to the White House fact sheet, the administration will also continue to mandate masks on federal property and on public transportation. If you go back, the White House stated that the federal government cannot mandate vaccines nationwide, but they're doing everything they can to pressure school districts, businesses, other entities, kind of doing the roundabout, I guess you'd have to call it, the roundabout way of forcing that. All right, about 19 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Who else checking in here? Got a couple of other memos popping up. Let's see. Santa Claus said, I'm not happy that I had to get my shots, and I'm in line for a booster, but since I work for the Department of Defense, I guess it goes with the job. Plus, I have been traveling internationally quite a bit lately. Let's see. The article gives us an out. If you don't take the jab, you have to be tested weekly. Okay, so that was, I guess, for the companies that have 100 or more employees, but not any and none of the federal workers. If I understood that, we're going to have that option. All right. Steve says you can go sit and spin on a giant cactus with your vaccine. All right, there you go. I don't know. Eskimo Mom said, how many mega carriers, over-the-road truck drivers are going to be able to comply when too many pharmacies and large box stores don't allow for truck parking and they're nowhere near a terminal? Big John said this is just the next step. It's going to get worse. Eventually, they will mandate vaccination nationwide with no exceptions. And hello to Cody checking in. I missed the trucking network, brother. Wish they didn't do how they did you, but I did just find out you're back on the air. Okay, good to have you back with us, Cody. We've been here for quite a while already, but it takes time for people to find you, right? Hello to Sex Maniac, I-65 northbound, checking in this morning. And Patsy says, hello from southeast Nebraska. Biden administration is a complete joke. Good morning, Jolly Green.
I want to say good morning to you and all the cartoon characters, and I got a message for Sex Maniac. Get ready for that shot there, Sex Maniac. Yeah, yep, you better get ready. All right? I'm not necessarily for or against this, Steve, but I got to be honest with you, if they're going to mandate these shots, what's next? The Guardian chip? You know, that they implant a chip inside underneath our skin? Is that coming next? I got to ask that question because I predict eventually we're going to be required to have a Guardian chip underneath our skin. And I presented this to your dad years back. I got blown up, but I got to be honest with you, brother. That's the direction that our government's going. You may agree or disagree, but I feel that that's the direction we're going. So I know Sex Maniac's against the shots, but I got to be honest with you. You know, our government's not doing enough to protect us by closing the borders. Now, after listening to you yesterday, I am convinced that the Afghans are being checked and they're offering them the vaccination. And that, to me, that's assuring. But the immigrants coming out of the South, that is a problem, and I think it's going to be a continual problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is ridiculous what they're doing now. Now they're going to mandate that we take the shots. Well, how about closing the borders down? You know? I mean, if we get the vaccination, there's no guarantee that you won't get COVID-19.
Right.
No guarantee.
Yep.
So, also, I want to tell you that I did read an article about the driver. They think he had a medical incident, and they were doing an autopsy. So, I don't know no more than that.
Yeah.
But they said that there was an autopsy pending, okay? So they believe that the guy evidently had some kind of an incident of some kind. So it's a crying shame. But that's really all I got to say this morning. I found out about the mandate. But listening to your program just a little bit, I got a little bit more information. You know, so that means that you don't have to get it. Am I right, Steve? Yes or no?
Well, I wouldn't. You know, technically, Chris Gabrelchik he's made it pretty clear that he doesn't have any trust in the CDC or the Food and Drug Administration. He's not supportive of mandating the vaccine in any form or fashion. So,
okay, now I got to ask, what if I refuse to get the shot? Does that mean the company that I work for would say, well, we're going to have to let you go? Is that the consequences of not taking the shot?
In some cases, they said it's going to be for those companies that don't have the option of letting you test or whatever, I think it's $14,000 per offense for not requiring the vaccine.
Oh boy.
So the employers.
I also want to let you know that my wife, the grocery chain she worked for, they are mandating face masks again. So she just told me that yesterday, that they're mandating that they wear face masks again. So here we go again. And yes, I definitely believe the sex maniac is right. There's no guarantee that the face mask will prevent you from getting it or giving it to somebody. So, well, that's all the cartoon information I got for you tonight. So I'm just going to stand there and get off here and listen.
All right,
so
good.
There you go.
Thanks for checking in. All right, Jolly Green or Jelly Bean Giant. Just checking for an update in regards to Wright Pat. This is the latest I could find. Initial reports of an active shooter in Building 856, which is located in the National Air and Space Intelligence Center. NASIC is the Department of Defense's primary source of foreign air and space threat analysis, according to their official website, is described as the Air Force's Service Intelligence Center, the nation's Air and Space Intelligence Center, and an operational wing in the Air Force ISR enterprise. This center is a field operating agency that reports directly to the Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Surveillance, Reconnaissance, and Cyber Effects Operations. They have a global force of more than 4,100 military, civilian, reserve, guard, and contract personnel. The initial reports, lockdown were reported about 9:20 p.m. Security forces sweeping the building. They said the base's giant voice loudspeaker was active and audible from outside the base. Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown was the message blasting over the loudspeaker. And that same message continues to be replayed every few minutes in varying intervals, according to the News Center 7 reporter that was on the scene. It is 10 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Back at it on a Friday. I'm not sure if Kyle's with us this morning or not. I haven't seen him check in, as he normally would say, let's roll. But if you're listening, Kyle, hey, we could have our own Hotshot Secret Dragway. How's that sound? You got the need for speed. You can be the proud owner of your very own drag strip. The Jeffers Motorsports Park in Sikeston, Missouri, is up for sale, apparently. Daniel sent this to me. The 1/8 mile drag strip, about 140 miles south of St. Louis, being sold with all the equipment, vehicles, storage, the saloon, and more. Listing price, $799,000. It also includes a manufactured home, a 62-inch mower, a golf cart, a four-wheeler, and a tractor. There's even a new digital scoreboard and timing system. The saloon, which is known as the 660 Saloon, features a full kitchen and bar. The drag strip was previously known as the Sikeston Drag Strip and Sikeston Raceway. So I guess it's the Jeffers Motorsports Park is what it's known as today. $799,000. You got $1 million you can spare. Have your own dragway. Well, there you go. Hey, what's going on, Chevy guy? Happy Friday.
Well, I took my boots off and was counting my toes on that deal. If the bar isn't totally stocked, with the liquor, it's not that good of a deal. But if it's totally stocked, woohoo! Oh, yeah, I got up this morning and I muted it. Biden standing there with them beady little eyes and looking at close up, so oh, right. And but the good thing is Governor Henry McMaster's is in a pushback mode with it. I guess Brian Kemp. So they're challenging the federal government overreach, which I did find it interesting that in the comment that the little redhead spokesperson did say that it was a government overreach. That's interesting. Yeah, you know what? I have great respect for Moose. He says it's a final turn around the bowl. But you know what? Democrats are like an old septic tank that like I had. I mean, the thing was just dug there back in the 40s, and it was cinder block. It was about as deep as from my knee to my foot. And, it rained. It was getting full. And when you flush, the drain lines are full. Well, it just sits there and spins and eventually comes out on the floor. And hopefully that's where we're at. So, yeah, we're not there yet. It ain't gone. We've got people in this country that put their wealth, i.e. Glenn Beck, as different people, their namesakes, on Fox. I still can't see how Tucker Carlson gets away and he sits there and he'll even criticize the people he works for. You've got, the difference. You still have the Republican governors out there taking a stand. And then, like I said, we do have the votes. And it's just like the thing in California. If they only, just an example, if they have like 100% votes for, let's say for the conservative, and they end up, and you've got 100 150% votes for the liberals, you know, obviously we've got 150 extra votes or something's going wrong, so the courts will have to go in and dig this mess out. Hopefully the courts will start getting off their duff and start fighting for freedom. I mean, including this mandate, including the printing out your own ballots in California, you know, and try to get this worked out before the year's up in not this November, but next November. It's that close, where we might be able to install that new septic tank, but won't need it because everything will be working properly. No, we're not there yet. I refuse to give up on it. The country, I refuse to believe that every Democrat is supporting this nightmare. And obviously, most of the blacks in this country vote Democrat, and they're the ones that it seems to be standing against the inoculations. This is going to be interesting, any way you look at it. I was blessed just before the show. I called the conference line, was able to talk to a Canadian driver, and I compelled him to call in tonight. He said, well, I don't seem to ever have anything to say. And in our conversation, I mean, it covered with blind men wanting to know, you know, about the election up there, and from his personal view was amazing. I asked him about freedom of speech. I don't want to say anything, basically, because I want him to be able to tell his own story. But I said about your lack of freedom of speech. Oh, we got freedom of speech. And then I asked him about hate speech. And he about criticizing your government and all this stuff. And he said, oh, yeah, you get charged with hate speech. They're, with all respect to them, they are so beaten down, and they're in their form of government, they don't understand freedom of speech includes hate speech. Freedom of speech includes this: you're be able to speak your mind without the government coming after you. And guess what? I'd rather know if that black man over there hates me because I'm white, then I respect that black man. I don't know why he does, but I know I have enough respect to stay clear of him. You know, don't assume that he's just, you know, he likes me for any other reason. So that, you know, when you put a rag over your citizens' mouths, all it does is stir up. And I did interesting. One thing I will share. He says, right now, what it comes down to is you got cliques. You know, people just sort of gather. You know, birds of a feather flock together. So they're not. With that hate speech and everything, you got to watch what you say. All it does is divide the people and put them into groups. So I thought, I mean, believe me, he said he didn't have anything to say. And I told him last night that he'd come up. Blind man brought it up. You brought up the story. And I said, it's an amazing story what Canadians are going through. And exciting, too. About this election. So hopefully he's hearing me and he'll, you know, pick up that phone and
maybe give us a call.
Put it out there. Yeah, because it was interesting. And he gave me permission to you know, tell blind man come morning after 5 o'clock. Blind man calls in, I'll be able to pass on some of that information to him.
Okay.
But
yeah, I was trying to share all that information with him last evening when after we ended our call. I had pulled it. I guess he said, I didn't hear all that information you shared. Yeah, they're down to 10 days. Election is in 10 days. And the polling does not look real good for Trudeau. That'd be a massive upset there in Canada. But much like, as I said last evening, I said, we're about to get the government overreach here when Biden speaks, which he did this past day. Many in Canada have had enough with the mandates and the lockdowns and the restrictions that Trudeau has continued to implement in that country. But with that, we get our news update, top of the hour. Closing out hour number 1, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Jay Schrader, Super Bowl 22 champion and former Raiders quarterback. Playing professional football for 11 years beat my body up pretty bad. I've had so many surgeries on my neck, back, and shoulders and knees, I've just learned to live with constant discomfort. I tried so many products, some worked for a little while, but nothing gave me total relief until one day, a golfing buddy introduced me to sonsoflibertycbd.com. I used their CBD Muscle Ease, rubbed it on my hands and neck, and wow, what did it do for me? I immediately began using their other products, and I have golfed pain-free for the first time in many years. I've reached out to Sons of Liberty CBD and visited their operation from farm to factory. Folks, this team walks the walk. Their motto is, for vets, by vets. I shared the product with my friend Wayne Allen Root, and now he's a fan of sonsoflibertycbd.com. Wayne's fans will receive a 15% discount using code WAR15 at checkout. I've told all my NFL buddies about sonsoflibertycbd.com, and now I'm telling you. Go to sonsoflibertycbd.com. When it works for you, like it did for me, we both win.
President Biden announced a new federal vaccine mandate on Thursday that will compel all employers with more than 100 employees to require their employees to get vaccinated against COVID or be tested for the virus at least once a week. Representative Andy Harris says that the president's policy completely ignores Americans who already have a level of natural immunity from being infected by the virus. The Maryland Republican tells Newsmax TV that the mandate is nothing more than a governmental overreach.
The example would be, if the government decided everybody has to have an appendectomy, remove your appendix, but you said, well, but I've had it removed, and they say, we don't care, we're going to give you an operation anyway. Why in the world would you want to vaccinate people who had the natural disease and now we know probably have superior immunity? It's because the president says he can force you to do it. That's the reason. He says he has the authority and power.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Department of Justice announced Thursday that it is suing the state of Texas over a new controversial abortion law that bans all procedures after 6 weeks. Tim Berg has more.
The Justice Department is suing Texas over a new abortion law. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the law is clearly unconstitutional under long-standing U.S. Supreme Court precedent. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley reacts to Attorney General Merrick Garland's announcement on Fox News.
What is really odd about this is that the Department of Justice is entering as a party. Usually the Department of Justice is an amicus or a friend of the court. Here it's saying we're a party of interest. Anytime a state law threatens constitutional rights, we have skin in the game. That's not exactly how the Department of Justice has operated in the past. And I think some courts are going to ask about that. For example, Garland said, we're going to say that this field is partially or wholly preempted. The Supreme Court has always recognized that states have a right to legislate in the area of abortion. The question is where to draw that line. So this is a major assertion of federal authority, and perhaps an unprecedented one.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio is on lockdown after reports of an active shooter. Officials locked down the base at approximately 9:25 Eastern as emergency responders responded to the call from the National Air and Space Intelligence Center on the base. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back on a Friday, let's jump into some of our industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. I think most of us are full well aware of the issue. There was a truck driver takes to TikTok to explain the reason behind a trend that may be baffling to some. Probably not most of us, but which is truck drivers blocking the highway in order to pass one another. In the clip, the driver known as Heavy Haulin' Fool explains his specific reasoning for passing another truck on a 2-lane highway in response to a now viral video that is asking truckers to please make it make sense. See, so many in the automobiling public just don't understand. Why do they do this? He said, so I have a heavy haul truck with big old front tires, and those front tires have a maximum speed of 68 miles per hour. So my truck is governed at 68. But a lot of times you'll be going 68 and there's a guy governed at 68 in front of you, and he'll be going 68 and then down to 55, then back to 68. It drives you crazy. So you've got 2 options. You can either pull off at the exit ramp and wait a little bit for a different flow of traffic, or you can try to pass him. But for whatever reason, every time I try to pass another semi or the guy that's pulling a camper, suddenly they always want to match my speed when I'm trying to pass. A lot of times I'll wait for an uphill stretch to try and pass because I know they can't keep up. But yeah, dude, it's literally just because some of us like to go a constant speed. But he does go on to say, but really, no trucks should be governed. Is that answer satisfying enough, four-wheelers, he says. And they got the video clip there, but that's pretty much what it's all about. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Always moving on the line. Hey there, how's your week been?
Oh, dazzling, just absolutely dazzling. Love this weather. I could live in this weather year round. This is the greatest when it's low humidity, blue sky, and sunny and warm. Yep, that's my kind of weather. So, was listening to you here at my second job and went online to look at something, and I just ran across an interesting article with a very interesting word that that the listeners will all recognize. And I just had to call and add to it. To anyone that doesn't know my stance, I am very anti-government intrusion. I absolutely get livid at the thought of how the government wastes tax money. I just want to make a giant toilet with all of the money flowing through it and the government at the top, because they just take our money and waste it. And a lot of it is the checks and balances that they put in, and yet still all the fraud gets through, and they set it up for fraud. It just drives me nuts. So anyway, this article is from the Daily Mail, and it's fury as Biden tries to let IRS snoop on your bank accounts. Now, this is all new to me.
Yep.
One key prong of President Biden's plan to bankroll the Democrats' $3.5 trillion budget plan is to monitor every inflow and outflow of an individual's bank account. And this is to target audits and prevent tax evasion. Some are afraid that it would run up against the Fourth Amendment, no right for search and seizure. The proposal would require banks to report to the IRS every deposit and withdrawal from an account, including transactions from Venmo, PayPal, crypto exchanges, and the like, in an effort to fight tax evasion. The IRS would know how much money is in an individual's account in any given year, whether the individual earned income on that account, and exactly how much was going on in and out. So Biden, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, IRS Chief Charles Rettig, and a number of Democrats in the Senate, most especially Elizabeth Warren, are pushing for the deep dive into, here it comes, the individual financial transactions as part of an $80 billion plan to enforce tax compliance.
Yep.
And the article goes on from there, and it's all about compliance. And I do want my second job. I get a paycheck that, I don't know, I'll take it on the back street somewhere and cash it if that's what's going to happen. My other job, it's an automatic deposit, but it's just, and to track that would be a logistical nightmare, and the people that you would have to employ, it's not going to be worth it. You're going to spend more tracking that than you would earn from it. It's just another way to waste money, and it's another intrusion where they don't need to be sticking their nose. You already have a tax form that you are to fill out. You already have, your employer reports to the government on your tax. I mean, it's already there, but we're going to go in and look to see if you have any money on the side. But at the same token, if you looked today at another article, President Biden wants to take away the mandate or the requirement that you would have to work if you are receiving Medicaid, that you would have to be actively looking for a job if you are receiving Medicaid. And Governor DeWine and the lawyers here in Ohio are going to fight that. And he said, Governor DeWine said, well, why would you be paying benefits to somebody that is an able-bodied person that could be working, but you're not going to make them go out and look for work? That's absurd. And again, let's just take our tax money and throw it down a toilet. Here, you don't ever have to work. Just sit here and do this. And, the vaccine thing, I just think that it is a choice. I think that it's an invasive procedure. I think if you back off and let people come around on their own, you win. You draw more flies with honey than vinegar, as the old saying goes. And I think the whole bit of forcing it down your throat is what has turned so many people off. And the harder you push, the more people are going to dig in their heels. So, part of this too all got me to thinking, well, it doesn't matter that you're going to, quote, raise the taxes on the rich, because you're going to turn right around and put laws in to give all these loopholes to people. And the tax code is already so big, nobody can read the darn thing anyway. So, when you keep saying, well, I'm going to go after the rich, I'm going to go after the rich. No, you're looking into my account, because the rich can go offshore with their money. They have accounts all over the place that they can hide. I don't have that ability. I would have to go to somebody on a back street, hand them a paycheck, and take a 50% cut in order to get cash that I can hide from the government. This is just, we shouldn't have to live like that. We just shouldn't have to be running from the government. And that's what all of this stuff is about, is we're going to come do this, we're going to come do that, blah, 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 blah. It just drives me nuts. And it is depressing. And Moose the other night, I think it was last night, was very true. He was talking a lot about, this is not about your health or my health. This is about compliance. That's all this is about. I also heard Dan Hills, the head of the FOP police in Cincinnati. I heard his take on it. He was dead on target about, no, he's not going to go with this, that the police have to be mandated to do these vaccines. And just like I also heard a student that goes, takes college courses from online from a college that's 70 miles away. I took my second degree from Sinclair and Dayton, but I only had to go there for 2 classes. Everything else I did totally online. Why should I have to be vaccinated as part of a college program? I'm not going to go to the campus. That's not what I did. And that's not what somebody who lives 70 miles away that's taking an online course. Why should they have to be mandated through the vaccine, when they're not even going to attend the campus?
Yep.
And the other caller was right. I've wondered the same thing. Well, why aren't you cracking down on the people that are receiving all the benefits? Why are you going after those that are in general good, compliant people? And you know what? When you go after these people in healthcare or whatever, you're still not looking at, I have 99 employees. We don't have to do this. There's a lot of businesses that don't have 100 employees. There's a lot of places that are small. So what? It doesn't matter with them. They're free to just be whatever. It makes no sense. A one size fits all does not work. It just doesn't work. So I've enjoyed standing on my soapbox, spouting my little mouth today. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
Did you see the moon this evening?
I did not.
Thank you. It was the first sliver of the moon, the first sliver of the crescent.
Yeah.
And off the end of the point at the bottom was the planet. I believe it is Jupiter, I think it's Jupiter, was off the end of it. And driving south, because they changed my shift, driving south on 71 all the way home this evening, it was right there in front of me to enjoy. It just looks like a picture. I mean, it's just so beautiful to see the dark sky with that little tiny slit of a sliver with the planet off to the side that's illuminated. Just so beautiful. I thoroughly enjoyed it this evening, enjoying that. So, but anyway, have a great weekend. Good luck at the wine festival and all that good stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, Always Moving. Good to hear from you. Have a great weekend yourself. All right, look, a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a little more on this whole IRS thing that's always moving brought up there. I guess from Reason.com. Yep, under the heading Biden's Total Financial Surveillance. Imagine living in a world where every one of your non-cash financial transactions, a restaurant meal, a Venmo transfer to a friend, maybe some Bitcoin bought on the dips, was automatically reported to a beefed-up, audit-hungry Internal Revenue Service. That dystopia will become reality if Joe Biden gets his way. Biden, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, key capital allies like Elizabeth Warren, are pushing this vast, intrusive financial surveillance system in the name of closing the tax gap. But don't worry, there's no need to fear if you've got nothing to hide. For already compliant taxpayers, the only effect of this regime is to provide easy access to summary information on financial accounts and decrease the likelihood of costly, no-fault examinations. That's what the Treasury Department said in a nakedly authoritarian document called the American Families Plan Tax Compliance Agenda. But for non-compliant taxpayers, they go on. This regime would encourage voluntary compliance as evaders realize the risk of evasion being detected has risen noticeably. This new domestic surveillance program, which requires congressional approval, is one prong of a tripartite strategy for transforming the entire global financial system into a harmonious, haven-free collection funnel for the Internal Revenue Service. The second part, which has taken up the bulk of Biden's multilateral diplomacy thus far, is getting the industrialized world to agree upon a global minimum corporate tax of 15%, while setting up a system to prevent multinational companies from registering their profits in the lowest tax jurisdictions. Now, it goes on from there, but I want to flip over, going back to the Internal Revenue Service. The IRS, first and foremost, is a law enforcement agency, and the Fourth Amendment protects unreasonable searches and seizures in pursuit of looking for wrongdoing and criminal actions. So, according to the Daily Mail, this proposal is going to run into severe Fourth Amendment headwinds. In other words, in the courts. This is probably, there's no way they can do this. All right, the Treasury Department claims that this plan would have very little effect if you're a tax-compliant individual already. But it would help the IRS to better target their audits. For the non-compliant taxpayer, this would encourage, as we just said, voluntary compliance, as the evaders realize their risk of being detected is suddenly much greater. Hedger says this would disproportionately hurt the poor. You're going to force more people into small cash transactions. You're going to push more offshore banking. The big fish out there that have sizable assets that are eligible for taxation offshore. This is the ultimate regressive tax. You're going to end up punishing the worst off amongst us, the lower income folks that have historically been the targets of aggressive IRS audits because they don't have the CPAs and the lawyers to help fight back. I don't see why they need to be going after people, just the average Joe, and start snooping on a $600 payment. Yeah, any transaction, $600 or greater. Doesn't make any sense. This beyond trying to pick out the low-hanging fruit. The crackdown on unreported income is expected to generate $460 billion over the next 10 years, which in the bigger scheme of things is nothing. Banks are, for the most part, against this proposal. They say this would, for them, it would impose onerous reporting requirements on them, and it'd be very, very costly for them to do this, and the benefit would be very, very small. But that's where we stand. All right, let's get back to the calls here. I'll tell you what, we're about a minute from our news break. I just looked at the clock. So we'll take care of that first and get back with more of your calls. It's 844-844-3388. As we make our way into a Friday, you got the weekend coming on. Hope you've had a good week. Under the other industry headlines, a Tennessee man has been charged in connection with a shooting incident that left a trucker injured on Wednesday. It's like every night come in here and report on the latest road rage incidents involving shootings out there on the highways. Wednesday afternoon, westbound I-840 near the 29-mile marker, Williamson County, Tennessee. Sheriff's office said that a 45-year-old Vernon Brewer opened fire on a tractor-trailer. Trucker was taken to a local hospital for treatment of minor injuries, released the same day. Brewer was arrested and booked into the Williamson County Jail on a charge of aggravated assault. Incident is still under investigation by the sheriff's office. Anyone with any information, they say, is asked to contact the Williamson County Sheriff's Office. There is a cash reward of up to $1,000 that may be available. I'm not sure if they've got this guy in custody, what are they looking for? But there you go. That's news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced a multifaceted plan on Thursday to combat the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate that their people get vaccinated or test negative for the virus at least once a week. During his remarks, the president said his policy was about protecting Americans first and foremost.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans.
The Republican National Committee says it will sue the administration when the president's executive order goes into effect. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back on a Friday. Taking our way into the, 10th day of September 10 of 21. Yeah, look at there. It's Coming up Saturday, of course. 20 years will have come and gone. 20th anniversary of the September 11 attacks. Yeah, a date that, a date that changed the world as we know it pretty significantly. Now, more on that coming up here momentarily. First, I wanted to, real quick, like before I forget, the Internal Revenue Service is boosting the per diem rate for travel expenses. They announced that beginning October 1, the allowable driver per diem will increase by $3, which will take it to $69 for those traveling in the continental United States. For those traveling outside the continental U.S., the rate will increase to $74. Now, the per diem is available for IRS Schedule C filers, which applies to owner-operators. A $3 per day boost for owner-operators is not insignificant, since many long-haul truck drivers spend 250 days or more on the road every year. So that full per diem of $69 multiplied by 250 days comes out to $17,250. To qualify, the taxpayer must be away from their home residence or their tax home longer than what would constitute an ordinary workday. Must be away from their home long enough that they cannot complete the trip without sufficient sleep or rest. There's always confusion in my entire career. There's always confusion about what technically constitutes a day away from home. Let's see. Tax Solutions out of Houston said new rates are in effect October 1 until September 30 of 2022. Specifically, they are the special per diem rates, including the transportation industry meal and incidental expenses rates, the rate for the incidental expenses only deduction, and rates and list of high-cost localities for the purpose of the high-low substantiation method, as they call it. All right, back to your calls here. I believe Steve is on the line. Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you.
Thank you.
Grateful for your show. Anyway, let's pray for our nation today, for Saturday, on the anniversary of 9/11.
Right.
We're going to need it, Steve. Just hope and pray that we can get through that day with, nothing going on. Did you hear about that Afghan that was on that plane that they found with the explosives and the blasting caps?
Yeah, I saw that, and the question is, how did he actually get that into the Air Force Base? Where was it? Was it Ramstein that he was able to get him into?
Yeah, how did he get on the damn plane? I guess, he left Afghanistan, so obviously they weren't really screening him too well. But yeah, I guess they said he was working for the government and that was his job or something. They used some kind of excuse. But this guy had explosives on an airliner. I mean, that's just unbelievable. I read that and I just shook my head. Steve, that article you just read from Reason.com, there's a lot more to that besides what they talked about. Here's 3 words that people need to research. It's called the Great Reset. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They're trying to make this, Steve, a cashless society, and it's coming down the pike. They don't want cash around anymore. They want everything digital. They want everything so they can track you. The government's been working on this for quite a long time, and actually, this Global Economic Forum has been working on it for a long time. They're worried about that digital currency like Bitcoin and Diem and so forth, because people are able to hide money in there, not pay taxes on the gains that they're making. so forth and so on. So that's one reason why they're implementing this. But the other reason, Steve, is it's just like when you go on Google or Facebook or Twitter. Don't think that the government isn't working with these companies to find out what kind of person you are. They've got algorithms, there you go, on everybody. You know, when you're searching the internet, they know they can tell what kind of person you are, what you like, what you don't like, what your interests are. You know, if you're a gun fanatic, I mean, so forth and so on. So these financial institutions, you know, like if you want to purchase, say, an AR, you know, and you have a JP Morgan Chase credit card or debit card, they're going to be able to track that and report that to the government. So this whole digital world that they're trying to implement on us is not only got to do with taxes, but it's got to do with surveillance and monitoring what we're doing behind our, you know, closed doors, you know, in the privacy of our home. So that's really a big part of it. And then there's another word, Steve, with this mandate that Biden's putting out. It's called tyranny. You know, this neo-Nazi Marxist ideology. This has been going on since World War II Germany. I mean, you read the history of Stalin and Lenin and Hitler, and it's the same crap. You know, people ask, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Why is the government doing this? The reason is because they're Marxists. That's the reason they're doing it. It's about power. It's about control. I mean, it's just, you know, with, you know who I work for, Steve. And we've got about 10,000 employees, you know, drivers, shop personnel, office personnel, and so forth nationwide. And I've seen the writing on the wall. I think my company's, you know, the upper echelon of the company, the executives, board members, I think they're kind of going towards the woke side. I can see it in their intra-company newsletters and emails and so forth. So I don't know how the drivers are going to take this. You know, be able to prove if you don't have your test, what are they going to do? Okay, you got to go home. You know, or force you to get a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bruce was right. This is about compliance. Steve, they don't care about our health. They don't care whether we live or die. Here's the hypocrisy behind all of this. You know, they talk about with this abortion, right? My body, my choice as a woman or a man. I guess, you know, didn't they say a few weeks ago a man can get pregnant and then Sasaki told the reporters, oh no, you don't know what you're talking about because you've never been in that situation. You can't get pregnant. So they flip on both sides of their mouths when the narrative fits them. But the thing is with the abortion, my body, my choice, they're preaching all the time. What about my body, my choice for a vaccine? Right? I mean, if they're preaching that, then it should be the same for the vaccine. It should be my choice whether I get it or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they don't give two craps about life, Steve, because first of all, with the abortion thing, they're all for killing babies at the last minute, at the 9th month, when they're basically just coming out of the womb. Get rid of them. That's their philosophy. That's their ideology. So if they care about that, killing babies, then why do they care about us getting a vaccine to protect us? That just doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't. So, and another thing on these vaccines, Steve, you were talking about these, you know, how these employers are going to, over 100 employees. Did you see that article about United Airlines? If you're exempt, say you have a doctor's note, you know, you're allergic to vaccines and so forth. If you're exempt from getting a vaccine, do you know they're going to put you on an unpaid leave? You're going to lose your job, and you're going to be able to sit at home and not collect any money. So basically, you're fired if you're exempt from a vaccine. I mean, These companies are just, out of control. But they're all falling in line.
What that actually means is there is no exemption for the vaccine. If you've got an exemption, that's what's that term supposed to mean? So if you've got the exemption, you're going to get put on unpaid leave. Absolutely. Essentially, you're fired. There is no such thing as an exemption for United Airline employees.
Exactly. It's just, the word exempt means you're exempt. You don't have to comply. Same if you have the antibodies. Like my sister, she works for the U.S. Postal Service. Her and her whole family had COVID. So she's got the antibodies. I mean, so why should she have to get a vaccine? She should be exempt. And I could agree with him saying, you know what? If you've had COVID, we're going to test you. If you have the antibodies where you're protected, you should not have to get a vaccine. That would be more in line with, the science. But see, they're not following science, Steve. They don't believe in science. Because first of all, when you detect a baby in a womb that has a heartbeat, the science tells us that that's a child. Am I right?
That is correct.
So they don't believe in science, Steve. Like Moose said last night, it's not science, it's compliance. So with that, you have a great weekend, Steve. I hope you get some pool weather in, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
I think the pool weather days are done. I called the pool place yesterday. You got any covers in style? I'll be getting a pool cover this weekend and probably be shutting her down. All right, update from Right Pat real quick here. This is just technically a jump right into the all clear. Apparently has been given. They had an update at 1:26 a.m. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base said protocol for what's being done following the report of an active shooter at the NASIC building requires a full building sweep, which at that point was still ongoing. We understand the situation can cause stress. In regard to the sweep being conducted, this is an 850,000 square foot building with 3 stories, according to the 88th Air Base Wing. So, I guess that's what's taken so long. 1:32 a.m. While a sweep of the facility is still ongoing, base officials say they've not found anyone injured at this point. 1:37 a.m. The all clear has been given at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The message was relayed over the base's Big Voice public address system, which had been broadcasting messages for several hours. So the all clear is given, and apparently they never found anyone injured. What caused the initial report of an active shooter, I guess that's what they're looking into now. 10 before the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was looking at the video of one of the 13 military members that were killed by that suicide bomb there in Kabul. As the funeral procession was taking place this past day, this is one over towards St. Louis, I believe it was, where they had shut the interstate down on this side of the freeway where the procession was coming through. But yeah, people literally lining the interstate with their hands over their heart, out of respect as that soldier was passing by, and on the other side of the interstate, the traffic stopping there as well, out of respect as the procession made its way through. Families laying their loved ones to rest. Now, speaking of the 20th anniversary of September 11, which is technically Saturday. Remember the guy by the name of Bernard Kerik? He was the top cop. He was the New York City's police commissioner on that day. He says he remembers it like yesterday. There's not a day that goes by that you don't have some reflection, some sort of a memory. You think about a person or something that happened that day. To this day, if I see a plane flying above the Hudson River, my attention is locked in on that plane. He said, I believe America is better off today than 20 years ago when it comes to intelligence capabilities and the threat of terrorism. But that's not to say you can let your guard down. You've got to remain vigilant because it was complacency that got us killed in the past. But he has changed his opinion of what the biggest threat to America is today. He used to say radical Islam was the biggest threat to this country, but he says, I no longer believe that today. What is the biggest threat to this country? Quote, I think the greatest threat to this country today is socialism, the infusion of socialism. If that ain't saying something, and I think he's right. As Steve was just saying, that the direction we're going, socialism, communism, inching closer and closer to that with each passing day. Who would have ever thought, especially, look back 20 years ago, were we concerned about socialism taking over this country? Best of my recollection, no. Now, there's always been the concern about socialist ideologies and communist, and there's always someone on the ballot come election day, presidential election, represent the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, but no one really gave it a second thought. In other words, a lot has changed since that day, September 11th of 2001. Hey, good morning, Donut Man. How you been?
Pretty good. How you been, Steve? Glad to hear your sound a lot better.
Thank you.
I had us concerned there. You're losing your voice a little bit. Just glad you're doing better. Yeah, I caught part of that speech on the radio today, and I could not believe that. I can't say it on the radio. Had the audacity to sit there and say his job as president is to protect the American people. Okay, Joe, what about the people in Afghanistan you surrendered, turned your back on, and allowed to die? What about the family of the 13 service people that were killed because of your incompetence? What about the people and the Americans at the southern border that are being overrun by these illegals that you're letting in here, infected with COVID, infected with hepatitis, Lord knows what else, and purposely spreading the COVID people to these red states because you don't like the governors in those states because they have the balls to stand up to you and your tyranny. What about those people, Joe? I mean, I just could not believe he could sit there and had the audacity to sit there and tell the American people that. To protect the American people, my ass. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, Steve. It just rubbed me the wrong way, and I've been stewing, and he's had me so ticked off anyway the last couple of weeks, and it when I think he can't get any worse, he's like, "Here, hold my beer, let me show you."
Yeah.
You know, and the way I look at the vaccine, Steve, if somebody chooses to get it, that's their business. It's nobody else's business. If you choose to get a vaccine or wear a mask or whatever, that's your choice. And other people, if they choose not to because they think, they look at other things like ivermectin at work, hydroxychloroquine works, vitamin supplements, things like that work. Steve, the thing they're leaving out is this virus has a over 99% survival rate. That for some reason they just keep saying, "Oh, case number, case number, case number, case number." But that's all they keep saying. Oh, record number of cases, record number of cases, record number of cases. Okay, well, they keep saying it's pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Yep.
Oh, what about the unvaccinated illegals? Is that the cause of it? That's what I believe. But I don't know. That's just my view. But on a brighter note, we're going to try to make it down there to Vina Colette this evening. I got a rare Friday night off, so had some stuff to do, so I had to take a personal day from work. And, we're definitely going there for our anniversary. And people, when Steve says, it's a hidden gem, he's not yanking your chain. It's a very nice place. The food's good. The atmosphere's great. The view, I can't believe you have scenery like that in the Cincinnati area.
Right.
To be honest with you. You sit there and look out the window, and it's just beautiful. The people are nice. It's really, like you said, it's a hidden gem. It's a really nice place. So I don't know. Mom's got plans. Got to see how she's feeling, and I know we're definitely going next month for our anniversary. Hard to believe she's put up with me for 13 years, Steve.
How about that?
Almost 13 years she's almost put up with me. I think she deserves a medal, Steve. What do you think?
Probably so.
You've
yeah.
met my wife. You've met my wife before. So. She probably deserves a medal.
Well, Donut Man, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. If you see you there tonight, we'll see you. And if
good
not,
talking to you, Steve.
Thanks for checking in. And hey, happy early anniversary, 13th anniversary coming up. Closing out hour number 2. Hey, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced a multifaceted plan on Thursday to combat the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate that their people get vaccinated or test negative for the virus at least once a week. During his remarks, the president said his policy was about protecting Americans first and foremost.
We need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans.
The Republican National Committee says it will sue the administration when the president's executive order goes into effect. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection will soon release the number of illegal immigrant apprehensions that occurred at the southern border in August. That number is expected to be around 190,000, down slightly from a 21-year high in July. Congressman Chip Roy says it's hard to visualize those numbers unless you see them for yourself. The Texas Republican tells Fox News about a recent trip he took to the border with Senator Ted Cruz and the movement of people he witnessed.
The number of people coming in between the ports of entry are enormous. Senator Cruz and I were at a checkpoint, and we sat in a scanning booth looking at trucks as they come through. And they can only get like 1 out of 10 or 20 of those trucks. 30 minutes after we left that booth, we went down to the river. We saw 33 illegal immigrants that were just sitting on the other side of the river waiting to come across, being led by a cartel leader. We then got an image from one of the Border Patrol agents showing us 29 immigrants in the back of a truck that were caught with one of those scans that Senator Cruz and I had just been looking at. That was all in the matter of a couple of hours while we were sitting in Laredo.
This is you.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden announced a new federal vaccine mandate on Thursday that will compel all employers with more than 100 employees to require them to get vaccinated against COVID or be tested for the virus on a weekly basis. Former acting director of the CDC, Dr. Richard Besser, says that mandates can be used to increase vaccination rates. He tells ABC News that he hopes the president's moves will move the needle for COVID shots.
And there are still 80 million people in that group who have not gotten vaccinated and are not inclined to do so unless required. I think mandates are a way to move forward on that. As a pediatrician, I'm used to mandates. Children are required to be vaccinated to go to school. As new vaccines arrive, they're looked at and considered as to whether they should be required. And this is a situation where one's own decision about vaccination has health consequences, not just for that individual, but for those around them. So I'm hopeful that this will literally move the needle when it comes to COVID vaccination.
A judge has temporarily blocked a Florida anti-riot law. U.S. District Judge Mark Walker ruled on Thursday that the law violated the First Amendment, calling the bill's provisions too broad and its definition of a riot unclear. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is confident, though, that the law will stand on appeal. He told reporters Thursday that he expected the ruling as a predetermined conclusion from that court. He said the state would appeal the decision and win. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers began their defense of their Super Bowl title with an opening night win over the Dallas Cowboys, 31-29. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Let me share this with you. Lauren sent me a link to this. It's from a bank. I don't know if this is his bank or just something he shared maybe from, because it's been shared by thousands of people, but talking about this whole IRS intrusion into our privacy. It is from FNB Community Bank. And it says, as your community bank, we want our customers to know the facts, especially when it relates to concerning developments around public policy that exposes your financial privacy. The Biden administration has proposed requiring all community banks and other financial institutions to report to the IRS on all deposits and withdrawals through business and personal accounts worth more than $600, regardless of tax liability. This indiscriminate, comprehensive bank account reporting to the Internal Revenue Service can soon be enacted in Congress and will create an unacceptable invasion of privacy for our customers. We work for our customers and our community, not the IRS. Join us in telling Congress that proposed IRS bank account profiling is intrusive and indiscriminate for our customers. All right, then they have a link there. Hashtag keep my banking private, member FDIC. They've got several other links, stories that we were essentially sharing. Then they've got a link to the actual, I guess, the segment in the legislation. I believe this is a part of the $3.5 trillion deal that they're going to be debating coming up here. I believe that is it. Page 88 or page 94 of the whole document, which they say gives you the general explanations of what this is about. But yeah, that's as we said, most banking institutions are not supportive of this. We work for our customers and our community, not the Internal Revenue Service. Back to the phones we go, and thanks for hanging in there, Curtis. Good morning.
Well, hi, sir. Did you happen to find that beef propolis spray that I told you about?
I didn't actually go out and look for it. I mean, since I've been feeling a little bit better with each passing day, I think letting my body's natural immunity kick it. You know what I mean?
Well, err on the side of caution. Get some and keep it in your pocket. It's just a little spray bottle, and a few shots in your throat. Where you're on the radio all the time. Well, not radio, but
well, sure, close enough.
On the air.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. But what do you think about the USSR Joseph Stalin Biden?
Now, the USR visiting who?
Joseph Biden.
Oh, okay.
Him saying that we got to get.
I got you. Okay, yeah. Now, our communist president.
What is your right? Yeah. What do you think about him saying that you have to get the vaccine?
Well,
or you don't get to work.
He's protecting the people, Curtis. He's protecting us.
like I said, we're back in the USSR, boys. You don't know how lucky you are.
That's the direction we're heading. And it's a snowball rolling downhill mighty damn fast. All I know is 2022, the election of 2022 can't get here fast enough, Curtis. It's how much destruction can they throw upon us before the midterm elections? Yeah, I don't think we can stretch it out to 24 to make it to the next presidential election. I shared the piece about Bernard Kerik, who was the top cop in New York on September 11 of 2001, 20 years ago. And his concerns that the greatest threat to this country today is not radical Islam and terrorism, it's socialism. The infusion of socialism, the embrace of socialism. Last evening on the program, it was probably right about this time, I had shared the letter that was penned by one Kellyanne Conway and her response to Joe Biden about either resigning from her appointment at the Military Academy Board or to be fired at 6 o'clock that past evening. Because it was Wednesday. Well, the rest of the story, I said at the time, I wonder how many others. She said she was one, and she knows that there were a number of others. The number is 18. The Biden administration Wednesday removed 18 appointees named to U.S. military academy boards by former President Trump, according to the White House. Kathy Russell, director of the White House Presidential Personnel Office, sent letters to 18 people named to the boards of visitors for the Air Force Academy, Military Academy, and Naval Academy, calling on them to resign by the close of business Wednesday or face termination. Among those ousted were some high-profile Trump administration officials. As we mentioned, White House counselor Kellyanne Conway, who was assigned to the Air Force Academy, Press Secretary Sean Spicer, Naval Academy, National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, Military Academy, Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought, Naval Academy. Jen Psaki confirming the former Trump officials were asked to resign or face firing. It was not immediately clear if any of those asked to tender their resignation actually did so before 6 p.m. deadline that was set by the White House. I will let others evaluate whether they think Kellyanne Conway and Sean Spicer and others were qualified or not political to serve on these boards, said Psaki. But the president's qualification requirements are not your party registration. They are whether you're qualified to serve and whether you're aligned with the values of this administration. That's what you need to underscore. If you're not falling in line with the walking orders of the Democrat Socialist Party, you're not qualified to serve. Several that were called on to resign pushed back, as we said. Conway jabbed at Biden. She said, "I'm not resigning, but you should." Went on in a statement to call it a disappointment, but understandable effort to distract from the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, the increase in COVID cases, and the disappointing August jobs report. Vought took to Twitter, posted the letter he received, and responded, "No, it's a 3-year term." Jonathan Hyler, a Navy Academy alumnus who served as Director of Legislative Affairs for Vice President Mike Pence, said he was not resigning. As an alum and former naval officer, I believe developing leaders capable of defending our country's interest at sea USNA's mission is not something that should be consumed by partisan politics. Apparently, President Biden feels differently. They're trying to say you have to be qualified to serve. Well, if you're an alumnus and a former naval officer, do you not qualify to serve there at the Naval Academy? No, it's because he doesn't fall in line with this party's values, the values of this administration. Of course, Sean Spicer, who works for the conservative news channel Newsmax, in his own social media posting, criticized Biden for trying to terminate Trump employees or Trump appointees instead of focusing on the stranded Americans that are still in Afghanistan. That's socialism. In other words, to be qualified to serve, you have to be a part of this new woke generation, of military generals consumed with things like critical race theory. You have to tout that. That's what we're most concerned about in this country right now. It is 17 past the hour. Back to your calls ahead. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So according to Senator Tuberville of Alabama, I guess next week they're going to begin the process of trying to find and weed out, if possible, some of these, what I would call these woke generals. Testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee will aim to get details of the botched pull-out of Afghanistan. Tuberville says, we want to find out which generals knew it was a bad idea and still refused to push back. We've got some generals that are television generals, and we've got some military generals. We want to find out who in the heck went along with this idea from the military side. Because if you went along with it, you're part of the problem. Tuberville spearheaded a letter from a group of senators to the committee chair, Jack Reed, asking for a preservation of the record of what happened. Some of next week's testimony will be closed, some will be open. Tuberville prefers that it would all be open, but he said, I understand operations continue. There is some secrecy that may be needed. He wants to ask generals if they went along with Joe Biden's plan to pull troops out of the country before all the citizens and Afghans who aided our forces had safely left, and why they did, rather than offering their resignations. We've got to find the answers. We got to get to the bottom of this. What in the world are we thinking? That's not the American way. I spent last week in Europe, Ukraine, talking to our allies. They're all going, what in the world is going on in the United States of America, he says. He acknowledged we have other problems to deal with as well, but this was a total screw-up. Someone has to be held accountable, and only face-to-face meetings will allow these questions to be asked. He slammed woke generals who are more interested in social engineering and critical race theory than teaching their troops to fight to defend this country. We've got to get away from this woke stuff, he said. We need a military. We need a fighting machine. We need to protect the people of this country. We've got to stop the woke society. Maybe they can get to the bottom of some of that. We could only hope. 23 past the hour. Hey there, Horse Feathers. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I don't know. I guess the first way to start taking down the country is you take out his military, right? You start disassembling the military.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Anyway, I guess Always Moving and Donut Man and Steve and all them, they pretty much said everything there that I was kind of going on with. But, you know, you now you've brought up this IRS deal, the mandate for the banks. Well, where do you think the financial part of that's going to come from for the banks to do that? Do you think the head CEOs and all that are going to give up their $50 million a year salaries for that? Or do you think the interest rates you pay on a loan will be higher? What little bit of interest, what do you get, 0.25% interest on a savings account at this point? Maybe at 10%? You know, do you think that'll go up, or do you think that'll go down if the banks have to implement all that?
Well, I reckon we're going to have to. We'll have to implement somewhat administrative fees. We'll have to implement more transaction fees, because any transaction worth more than $600, they're going to have to document and share it with the Internal Revenue Service. So they've got to cover their costs somehow.
That's right. And as I said, it's not going to be the CEO that gets, $50 million a year or whatever, and all that. But so the United deal there. Now, if you don't get the vaccine and they put you on unpaid leave, do you qualify for unemployment because you're not working? And if you do get the unemployment, would you be required to look for other work even though you're employed by United? I don't know. Just a question.
Yeah.
Kind of. You're looking into these loopholes. You know, as long as we're talking about loopholes, there we'll look into them. But I guess the last thing we got going for you, you're talking about these highway shootings. Actually, had one in Maryland here the other night. It was a motor coach who left one of the events. I don't know if it was the Civic Center or whatever events they have here in Baltimore, but it was a band of some sort, and they were headed towards an airport, and actually had the motor coach received, it looked like by the amount of stickers they had on the side of it, probably 8 to 10 shots, and I believe that the driver was injured. And but so don't know if if it was the group itself, maybe somebody followed them from the event where the shooting happened, or whether it was just random on the highway.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, a big target being a motor coach. But yeah, so I forget where that was. I know it wasn't last night or the night before. So it was probably either Monday night or Tuesday night. But anyway, so I don't know if you can look back into that for out of the Baltimore area. And the other thing you might want to look into was the Baltimore County executive put his mandates in effect yesterday for all county employees, and I guess that would include school districts and the employees of school districts and everything. And I don't know if it also included the attendance, the students attending the schools. I'm not sure if it included that as well. But I was just so anyways, I just had somebody just change lanes in front of me here. Close enough I had to make a drastic maneuver because he didn't use a turn signal or anything, but he just decided to move over on me.
So you got a dumbass out there at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, messing around with the propane hauler, no less.
Yeah, another 18-wheeler, and he's got 3 headlights, Your Honor. He's got 3. He's got his high beams on, but he's only got 1 on the left and 2 on the right. Wait a minute, didn't Johnny Cash put a car together like that?
Mm-hmm.
You pull out the switch, all 3 of them come on. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, I digress. I seem to digress a lot when I'm talking to you. I don't. What happens, Your Honor? Where does all this go bad, or does it just not start good from the beginning? I don't know. Anyways. But no, that's about what we got going for you. And I did want to bring up that one motor coach there. So I hope the driver's doing all right. And hey, all the best to the Moose for this weekend. I know it's going to be hard and everything with everything that's been going on. But we might not be there with you, but we're always out here with them. So and everybody else too. So, but anyway, so hey, we'll let you get back to looking for more intelligent callers, and maybe Knuckle Buster will come up with something good for the end of the week. It is Friday, and I'm assuming there's no show tomorrow because you're going to be at the Vina Colette, doing the MC thing all night and out there having a good time. And I guarantee that'll cut into your beauty sleep to be able to run the show later on.
You reckon?
You have yourself a fine weekend after you get done there.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Have a great weekend there, Horse Feathers. All right. We're up to, let me look at the bottom of the hour news break just ahead. Earlier this week, I touched on, there was a story from out of central Ohio that was talking about these army worms. I haven't noticed any in my yard yet, but they're small, they're hungry, and they're coming for your lawn all over the country. The fall army worms are on the march, turning your green lawn brown across the Northeast, the Midwest, the South, and the Southwest. Apparently, they're everywhere. Well, okay, I'll give you more on that. How did they get here? You might be surprised. I didn't know worms could fly, did you? Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, they call them army worms. Fall army worms are on the march. You learn something new every day. According to the Smithsonian Magazine, they're attacking at an unprecedented rate due to the weather patterns this year. The seasonal army worms. They report can travel up to 500 miles in 24 hours by getting up into the jet stream and then dropping down. Multiple states already reporting widespread, intense outbreaks of the fall armyworm. The female armyworms can lay up to 1,000 eggs in masses on suitable host plants or other indiscriminate surfaces. With 4 life states, you've got the egg, the larva, the pupa, then the adult moths. Armyworms fly and mate at night. According to the university, development from eggs to full-grown larvae takes 2 to 3 weeks before the larvae burrow into the soil and emerge as adults up to 2 weeks later. Multiple generations of armyworms occur each year. Damage from the pest first appears like drought stress on your lawn as the armyworm larvae strip tissue from the turf grass leaves. It will progress to complete loss of foliage if the numbers are sufficient and the turf grass is left untreated. There may also be sometimes a distinct line between damaged and undamaged areas, according to the AgriTurf website. Healthy and actively growing Bermuda grass typically recovers after infestation and defoliage due to the aggressive growth habit. However, newly established bunch-type grasses, ryegrass and fescue, could be stunted or even killed by armyworm feeding. Armyworms attack many different kinds of plants, especially when food is scarce. Experts advise careful monitoring for the pest due to the rapid nature of its destruction. You know, the story I shared earlier this week out of Columbus said if you don't know if you've got armyworms out there, what was it? I believe it was a tablespoon of dishwashing liquid mixed into a gallon of water, then just gotta, go out there and pour it. And it burns the exoskeleton of the worms, and they will rapidly come to the surface. And if you see the worms surfacing, yep, they're there. And you'll have to get some sort of insecticide to treat. But good times, huh? All right, back to the phones. Hey, what's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. What's happening? I guess heat wave don't have nothing to worry about, right? Versus them armyworms.
Yeah, I don't think so. not with this AstroTurf.
Yes, sir. Oh man, Steve, I had to get up early, take the girl to her driver's test, which she passed, by the way.
All right, congratulations.
But well, thank you. But man, I fell asleep probably about 10:30. Woke up about 1:30. I got to work all weekend, man, so I'm hoping I can fall back asleep again this morning. I don't know. If I can't, it's going to be a rough day.
Oh, boy.
But, what's Horse Feathers thinking, man? It's Friday, right?
Yeah.
There's no shows on Saturday. He was talking about you going to the wine festival. You'd be up and be able to do the show.
Yeah, but remember
right now, as we speak.
They're all trying to get me do Friday night, Saturday morning, razzing me about, hey, you only work 25 hours a week. Come on.
Oh, man. Man, Steve, about 20 years ago, we were going to a party, and I stopped by there. I don't know if you remember the story, but I stopped by there to get a bottle of wine, to take to the party. And that old German dude was in there, man. And Steve, I walked out of there with 4 or 5 bottles of wine. And without paying a dime, he wouldn't let me pay for it. Yeah, it was something else. I mean, we walk in there, there's literally nobody was in there.
Yeah.
And we walk in there and told him, man, we just want to buy a bottle of wine for this party we're going to. And he starts breaking out some. And, well, here, you taste this first and tell me what you think. He's giving us all these taste of wines. And he's like, you like that one? Yeah, you like that one? Yeah, well, here, take them all. Whoa, wait a minute, man. You know, I don't know if I can afford 5 bottles of this fine wine here. Nah, just go on, have a good time. But what a hell of a guy he is, Steve. You know what? Anybody that's met him or has talked to him, he's a hell of a
That would be Creso, and he's from he's Croatia. Croatia's where he's from.
Yeah, that's right. But he's definitely got that accent going with him.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's funny Biden didn't ask for Tony Blinken's resignation. You know, Secretary of State or Lloyd Austin.
Well, isn't Blinken? Isn't he one that's supposed to have to testify next week? I believe he is.
Well, you know, General Miley, why, you know, it didn't ask for his Joint Chief of Staff. Chief, spit it out.
He's one of the top woke in the whole bunch. All that woke crap.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, I forgot all about Biden giving a little speech today, Steve. And you know what? I think this might come back to bite him in the old kahuna. I mean, we all knew, you know, they're taking the country in the direction they want it to go. And I think he might have just made a big mistake, you know, with these mandatory vaccines.
The big power grab. I mean, it's the same thing that very well may bite Trudeau in the ass there in Canada, because people, he thought the people were happy with the way they've handled the whole COVID thing, but they're pissed off about all these mandates and lockdowns.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I'm hearing there's a lot of governors already, you know, saying that they're going to fight it. You know, I got the tail end of what's her name show on Fox after Hannity.
Ingram.
Kind of woke up right about yes, you know, and I guess they were saying it's not a federal thing, it's a state thing that controls that. He doesn't even have the authority to do it, but I don't know, Steve. So I guess, being that I work for a government entity, right? I'm guessing, I don't know how long this will take for everybody to jump on board, but I guess I'm probably going to be told I got to take the damn thing or quit, one of the two.
There's more than 100 employees in the department. I mean, it's you got to take the vaccine, or I think you'd be in the category you'll have to like test every week to go to work.
Yeah. Well, you know, my daughter got told that. I told you that about a month ago. They told her, she works at a nursing home, you know, and she said there was like 20 employees. And I told her, I said, well, you know, if all 20 of you decide, screw you, I'm not taking the vaccine, it would probably cause that nursing home to go under, Steve. So what are they going to do? You know, some of these businesses might not be able to really, you know, swing the sword, you know, because their business might fall under, you know. I don't know.
Force them out of business. Yeah, if enough employees say, no, I'm not doing it, yep.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know. I know our department can't afford to lose nobody.
Right.
Good. You know, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you know, one way to take down this country is you got to destroy our ideology, you know, what this country's all founded on, Steve. And he started that a long time ago, taking down the statues, trying to erase the history. You know, it was the first sign. So we're definitely on a downward spill. I told you, you said it right. I don't even know, dude. I don't think we can make it to 2024.
Yeah, 22. That can't get here quick enough, Pappy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. I mean, we better do some rock and roll. The elections next year, we're not going to survive. You know, but what crazy times. All right, my man.
Well, sorry you got to work all weekend. I guess we'll chat sometime next week. Be safe out there, serving and protecting, as they say, right? Let me see here. Let me jump over to what do you say, heat wave. Good morning.
Good morning, senor. Hey, for anybody that's on 15 heading north out of Vegas, I would suggest find a place to park. They've got Interstate 15 shut down at mile marker 75 due to an accident. So that's northbound 15 at mile marker 75 in Nevada. I called the company and asked the head honcho, I said, well, what do y'all want us to do? And he says, well, if you were a solo, we'd tell you to find another route. But since you're a team, just sit and spin on it for $24 an hour while you're waiting. It's like, oh, okay. So, yeah, with this army worm thing, who's the smart boy now? Huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
your lawn won't be turning brown.
Dumb.
It won't be showing any signs of drought stress, will it?
No, like you said last night, though, it will have yellow stains on it from the dogs, but that's beside the point. So hopefully they'll start munching down on some of the weeds I have out there. That'd be nice if they did. Well, so old Biden laid down the gauntlet, huh? Do this or else. The whole damn thing is getting ruined by the Democrat politicians and bureaucrats. And old Fauci did say way back when that during Trump's time there was going to be, something like this coming up. And everyone thought he was just blowing smoke and sunshine everywhere. Well, it really makes it look planned, doesn't it? And, I took the shots voluntarily on my own volition. No one forced me. No one scared me. No one paid me money to take the damn thing. But, it's getting to the point now where, even I am saying, look, it's personal choice. You can't kill the cold. And they've been trying to cure the cold or kill it for years. Well, it's still out there. You're not going to get rid of the flu. It's always going to be there. This, they weaponized it. We're just going to have to learn to live with it. And what they say, the natural immunity is 13 times better than the artificial immunity with the vaccine. So, I'm just out of words to describe how damn stupid the head jackasses in charge are, the bureaucrat, and all the woke people out there. Someone was saying, well, they said, you have to wear a seatbelt, and seatbelts save lives. Even though some people die, it saves lives. And I'm like, a seatbelt is not going to mutate on you. Once you lock it in, you're locked in. But this thing is mutated, I think, faster than what another kind of virus out there would mutate. I don't know. It just seems that way to me.
Yep.
I mean, they said, well, the Delta variant is more, transmissible. Okay, so it's more transmissible. I haven't really heard the death rate from it. And now you got this moo from South America. It's like, all right, what's the scoop on this? Talk to me, tell me. Nobody wants to tell you anything. It's just, you need to do this or else. Well, no damn wonder you got people out here that are pissed off and raising hell. And it ain't going to take much for some damn nut to say, you know what, someone needs to have a hole in their head, politicians and bureaucrats, and they're going to go out and do it. Now, you remember when this was a campaign by the Democrats. Oh, this is something Trump done, and I am not going to take this. We're not going to take this. Well, you know what? Their attitude changed once they were installed president and vice president. You know, like someone says, you know, they weren't elected. They were installed like a commode. So their attitude changed real damn quick about taking this shot. You know, I still say, and I am for for personal choice. When flu season comes out here, is it mandated we take the flu shot? Now, we know the influenza kills, but I don't see a government saying you must take the influenza shot. You know, personal choice, people.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
I think the next step they're working on and testing right now. They're looking on the annual flu shot combo with the COVID all in one. So if you're going to be mandated,
But are they going to make that mandatory?
Well, if you're mandated for the COVID and they combine it with the flu shot, I guess you'll be taking both, whether you want to or not.
Hell. And since I work for Yellow, and they do have government contracts to haul, you know, military goods and whatnot, I guess unless the union fights it tooth and nail, which I doubt they will because they're such Democrat butt kissers, we're going to all be mandated to take, you know, whatever comes down the pipe.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, what's going to come next after the moo? Is it going to be you? You know, I don't know. This is absolute lunacy. So it's just a plan by these characters to have full control, tell us what we're going to eat, when we're going to sleep, when we're going to get to the bathroom, what kind of utilitarian clothes to wear for what day. You know, this is not the country I grew up in. This is something out of a nightmarish book that, you know, of the future.
Wouldn't it be? I think it was 1984. Wasn't that the name of the book? Wasn't that the name?
George Orwell. Yep,
yeah.
Big Brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is surreal for sure. So, like I said, it's just going to take one damn nut to lose his mind, and he's going to set off a damn firestorm that, you know, someone's going to get blamed for their actions, and it's going to be the conservatives and the ones that are fighting back. And they're going to say, see, they come unhinged. And whether it be the other side that does it to their own people, like they did JFK, you know, it doesn't matter. They're gonna make us the scapegoats. So, and I mean, if Joe really cared, and so did Camel Toe, they would shut down, not just verbally, but physically shut down the southern border. They would turn these people back, tell them to stay in Mexico. Those that came over, they wouldn't give them a choice. They would give them shots because they're not citizens of this country. They're illegal aliens. And even if they have a claim that they're, you know, looking for refugee status, you give them the damn shots. Those are the people you need to force it on. The people from Afghanistan, you need to screen them and give them all the inoculations. Don't say it's us, the American people that don't want to be inoculated. You go after those that come here illegally or via the airlift, and you make damn sure they are inoculated against all the diseases that they're bringing in.
Yeah, I haven't heard whether they found any additional cases. Maybe they confirmed one case of the measles there at the base where they were bringing in Afghan. And I don't know what the incubation period is. How long does it take for someone that's been exposed and picked up the measles to start showing symptoms or whatever? All right, we're rolling toward top of the hour. News break coming up in a few moments. Let's get our NTPA update as we roll into a Friday. Getting set for the weekend, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Chastain sustains his gains in the rain. Carmen stands and delivers a long, sweet note. And the old drag racer is a pulling champion once more. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 6 Grand National Divisions were in action over the Labor Day weekend, and half that number concluded their championship seasons with thrilling on-track finales. Also determined were several qualifiers to the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, the association's All-Star Invitational. Featuring over 100 competitors, the Enderley Pull-Off will begin at 5 p.m. on Saturday, September 18th in Urbana, Ohio. Get your tickets today at shopntpa.com/tickets, at O'Reilly stores nationwide, or at several locations in the greater Urbana area. Can't make it to Western Ohio on September 18th? Stream it at ntpa.tv. The first title to be decided this past weekend was at the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio on Friday, and it was in Modified Mini, where Chase Richardson ended with a 2-point lead on the defending champ Ken Vini. 12.5 of the 2,050-pound super or turbocharged V8 powered machines answered the call, and as he has done much of this year, Brian McDonald and Very Little Sanity laid down the first wow pass and led the next 8. Later, Richardson pulled in 10 feet behind McDonald, which delivered Vini his opportunity to overcome the gap. But he didn't need to count tractors after he blew by McDonald by another 10 feet to emphatically clinch his second consecutive championship. Immediately afterward, on the same grandstand track, the 6,200-pound naturally aspirated methanol or gasoline-powered four-wheel drive trucks finished off their campaign with a similar storyline. Jake Zaring's Fatheads Eyewear entered leading Carmen Foster's Foster Child by 3 points. But with Tyler Cobb's Bandit in the lead, Fatheads suffered from some terribly timed chassis hop and stalled 15 feet behind. And it became a matter of Foster merely executing a smooth pass to overcome the deficit. She did that and some extra, as Foster Child saved its best run of the regular season for its last and kicked the leader cone to 332 feet to clinch her first title. On Friday and Saturday, the Hoopeston, Illinois FFA presented Thunder in the Corn, with 3 GN divisions performing over 2 nights. And Saturday night, amid off and on drizzle, the supercharged two-wheel drive trucks came to the end of their road. Clay Chastain's Fistful of Dollars had overtaken Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It with a second-place Friday finish, but would need to hold off 2 Petro Motorsports entries, both piloted by the 7-time champion Jesse. Kathy's Complaint in second and Buckeye Hauler in third. The Hauler would go on to win the night, but Fistful's mid-pack 6th left it a single point ahead of Petro and resulted in Chastain's first championship. Also appearing in Houston were the Superstock Diesels, where Kent Payne and point leader Travis Schlabach traded wins to move 2 steps closer to their finale at the Sandwich Fair in Sandwich, Illinois this Saturday, September 11th. Super Farms also halved the balance of their season, with Greg Fries and point leader Ryan Anderson claiming victory. They'll wrap Saturday in Sandwich as well. So will the multi-engine modifieds and the single charger Pro Stocks, the latter of which were in action at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio this past weekend, where current top 2s Mike Connie and Rob Russell each won once. And Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks will conclude their year in Sandwich on Truck Night this Thursday, September 9th. More info at sandwichfair.com and at ntpapull.com, and live streamed at ntpa.tv with showtimes at 6:30 p.m. Central on Thursday and 12:30 and 6:30 p.m. Central on Saturday. Check out regional action this Friday and Saturday in Roanoke and Lind, Indiana, respectively, as we identify our champions and Enderley qualifiers in the waning weeks of a great summer of pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden announced a new federal vaccine mandate on Thursday that will compel all employers with more than 100 employees to require their employees to get vaccinated against COVID or be tested for the virus at least once a week. Representative Andy Harris says that the president's policy completely ignores Americans who already have a level of natural immunity from being infected by the virus. The Maryland Republican tells Newsmax TV that the mandate is nothing more than a governmental overreach.
The example would be, if the government decided everybody has to have an appendectomy, remove your appendix, but you said, well, but I've had it removed, and they say, we don't care, we're going to give you an operation anyway. Why in the world would you want to vaccinate people who had the natural disease and now we know probably have superior immunity? It's because the president says he can force you to do it. That's the reason. He says he has the authority and power.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
More questions are being asked following the release of a cache of leaked documents that appears to contradict the public statements that White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci made about the National Institutes of Health funding research at the Wuhan lab. Lance Pry has more.
The Intercept Online publication through the Freedom of Information Act has obtained 900-plus documents indicating Dr. Fauci has been deceitful to the American people about COVID-19. Kentucky Senator Republican Rand Paul and Fauci on May 11th.
The NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
Government scientists like yourself who favor gain-of-function research.
I don't favor gain-of-function research in China. You are saying things that are not correct.
New York Times science journalist Nicholas Wade says Fauci was dead wrong and gain-of-function was taking place at the Wuhan lab.
Yes, it certainly does. They were taking viruses related to the SARS family of viruses, and they were sticking into them the spike protein genes from other viruses, and they were getting them to infect humanized mice, as it's called, and showing that the new viruses they had created were more potent than the viruses they came from. That is the standing definition of gain of function.
And astronauts aboard the International Space Station were awakened by smoke alarms early Thursday morning. Russia's space agency says the alarm sounded in their section of the space station, with astronauts reporting smoke and the smell of burnt plastic. The crew was able to activate air filters to clear the capsule of the smoke. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Crossing over that midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Hello to Rick there in Columbus, checking in. He's on board as usual. I got another listening friend by the name of Philip. Not our Philip from Florida, but this one said, I just posted here a few minutes ago. Listened for 3.5 hours driving tonight. Great company on the road. Respected host, respectful listeners, great community. Steve and the callers still have news 36 hours ahead of most of the media. Thanks to Steve and Hot Shot Secret for keeping a great institution going. Keep it shiny side up and be well. Thank you very much. That's quite the compliment there, Philip. Let me get Philip in Florida's on the line. I was going to bring this up to him. I guess more scary moments on the International Space Station this past day. The crew of the Russian segment of the space station reported smoke and the smell of burned plastic as the fire and smoke alarms went off. Russia's space agency said the incident took place on Thursday in the Russian-built Zvezda module as the station's batteries were being recharged. According to the report, the crew activated air filters and returned back to their night rest once the air quality was back to normal. They were slated to proceed with a spacewalk Thursday as planned. This is just the latest in a string of problems, raising safety concerns over conditions in the Russian segment. A smoke detector was triggered in the Zvezda service module. French astronaut Thomas Pesquet said the smell of burning plastic or electronic equipment wafted into the U.S. segment of the station. Let's see. According to a NASA broadcast, the International Space Station, currently operated by NASA astronauts Mark High, Shane Kimbrough, and Megan MacArthur. Then you've got several of the Russian cosmonauts, and you've got a couple of Japanese there, Aerospace Exploration Agency astronauts as well. Let's see. The Russians, I believe it, were scheduled to carry out a 6-hour spacewalk to continue integrating the Russian-built Nauka Space Lab that's docked with the space station back in July. They did say all systems are operating normally, but that Russian segment's experienced several problems recently. And there were officials just last month that said out-of-date software may lead to irreparable failures. All right, so what's going on in Florida this morning, Philip? That would have to be scary if you're out there in space and you begin to smell smoke and the fire alarms start going off. Boy, that's scary.
I hope them batteries don't heat up, man. If they're heating batteries up, that's not a good environment to have batteries messing up. You're going to get a short there and get something going on, right, Steve?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. They heated the batteries up and maybe something shorted out. But you know, you've seen Russian technology over the years, Steve, with their airplanes and with everything else. It doesn't surprise me. I haven't taken real note of the space stuff here lately. I've been too busy watching television and seeing our president on there talking, and I wasn't too enthused about it yesterday.
I hear you.
Did you see that whole thing? Or I know you were sleeping probably, but did you replay it any?
All I've seen is just the written reports of what he said. I haven't seen it or even heard the audio.
Well, I'm going to even go back myself and replay it, because there were times when I was watching it that there was things going on. I couldn't see the whole thing totally from the get-go. But what little bit I heard and what I saw, I feel sorry for people that have small companies, because if they're laying the hammer down now on people with 100 or more employees, you know what's next, Steve? It's going to hit the small companies. And some of the numbers he was given yesterday just didn't make sense. Steve, how many people are in the United States in our population? Do you know?
Last number, I think it's like 330 million. I think it's something like that.
Okay, so he kept saying yesterday that there's 80 million people that are unvaccinated in our country right now. That was the number that he kept throwing up, 80 million. At one point, he even said 80 million senior citizens. And I was like, okay, you're saying 80 million people, but you're saying they're all just old people? I mean, it just didn't make sense, some of the stuff that he was saying and how he was saying it. But the thing that I noticed is, and kind of like what Heatwave said there, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And I've already taken one shot, and I'm getting ready to get another one here the 24th of this month, because I have to work. And Pappy, I do feel your pain. I'm going through it right now, bro. And so I know what you're going through, trying to figure out what you're going to do there. But can you imagine, Steve, if these people said the heck with it and just walked out, like all the medical professionals that are going to have to get it, and like, say, for instance, the people that work at the stores and things like that, they said, the hell with it, we're just going to walk out on it. Can you imagine what happened to our country then?
Right.
I mean, that's crazy as heck. I'm starting to get, me and Moose, we've been talking here a lot lately, and Moose has been correct in what he's saying. It's another step towards communism. I hate to say it, and I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but it's the way yesterday lined up was no different than what Stalin would have said or something like that, what I saw on TV. And I tell you, I'm getting like Merle Haggard. I'm getting on the fighting side here, man. It's not cool. You're tearing down my history. You're making me go do this stuff. It's acting a lot more like communism. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, that's what we've been saying. With each passing day, it's another step in that direction.
I mean, did you hear about our governor yesterday, Steve?
DeSantis.
They are going to, yes. Now, he has had one heck of a time here lately with the mask situation. We all know that because of the parents down here in Florida. And a lot of things are going on with the mask deal. But yesterday, they said that they were going to, they took it to the Supreme Court down here, that they're going to, the deal about the rioting, that law that he had signed in about the rioting. If you got caught rioting down here, you were going to go to jail. And that's going to the Supreme Court now. Did you hear about that, Steve?
I didn't catch that one, no.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you've heard what's going on with Texas and their governor with the pro-life thing. I mean,
yeah.
It just seems like me. It seems like to me they got what they getting a little bit on with this COVID deal, and then they're going after all these guys on this other stuff, and it's just going to keep escalating. I really just hope. I hope to God it doesn't happen, but you know what? It might happen. It's going to put state against government again, and we've already been through that once. And that's the history they want to get rid of right now. And we really don't need that crap. We really don't need that crap. And it really sounds like that's happening again. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, it's leaning that direction. Surely we can't go back to how things panned out all those years ago, but the battle
Yeah,
for
it's putting
states'
it-
rights. I mean, there are still states' rights in this country.
Absolutely. And it just, it gets you confused because it's like, all right, so is the state controlling what's going on, or is the government controlling what's going on? And it just seems like with this pandemic thing, they thought, well, we'll go let the states mandate it. They'll handle it. We'll just shove it off. And it's basically, I hate to say it this way, it's the typical American attitude right now. It's not my deal. Just shove it off on the next guy. And that's what the problem is happening in America. All this shoving off on the next guy has got into, oh crap, we got a big problem now, and it's pulling people against people. Instead of people working together, they're working against each other, which I kind of think that's what they want. I really think in the grand scheme of things, they want people to be like we are right now.
Divided.
Because absolutely. They want us divided. I hate being that way, but I really don't. You think about, Steve, if every truck driver that pulls for a government contract right now said, you know what, I'm just going to pull her over. I'm going to take me a week break. All right. Every truck driver that has a contract with a municipality shuts down. Can you imagine how many things wouldn't get done right now? You think about it. If every truck driver shut down that had a contract right now with the government and was pulling water to Louisiana and stopped pulling water to Louisiana, think about what those people would go through. If any truck driver that shut down who had a load of toilet paper going to Walmart because Walmart has to have its people get vaccinated, shut down, there wouldn't be no toilet paper at Walmart. And people don't think about the grand scheme of things. And you think about these small owner-operator guys that have less than 100 people that down the road, they're probably going to get affected if they shut down and stop delivering things that needed to get delivered. Because I think it's funny that when things go awry, we're the ones that always stand up and take care of the business, whether it is going to war, whether it is pulling the load to somebody. We're the guys out here. It ain't just truck drivers. It's everybody in America. We're the guys that step up and we do the deal. And that's really kicking everybody's butt right now. So you understand what I mean, Steve?
I sure do.
And I don't know. It is what it is, and it's going to happen, but we'll get through her. But that's all I got to say today. And I hope those guys up there and them Russian guys, they don't get like them guys in that movie and pound on the pipes with a pipe wrench in that station, man, because we don't need that thing to go up. That's a lot of money sitting up there right now, and there's a lot of human life in there that needs to be taken care of. So, and those inspiration astronauts, they're getting ready, man. Next week, they said their window's opening up Wednesday, so they're going to go up for 3 days. Steve, can you imagine that? They're not just going to go up and down like Branson
Musk
and
and
that other
Branson,
guy.
yeah.
They actually going to go around 3 times, and they're going to be up there. They're going to be up there for 3 days. So kudos to Elon and those guys. I'll let you go, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Philip. Have a great day. Good weekend there in Florida. Yeah, we know we can't trust the Taliban, right? They were making all these claims that they'll allow Americans trying to leave the country to get out. Of course, I think it was just yesterday, the first flight since we left the country. What's it been? Almost 2 weeks. The very first flight allowed to take off from Kabul's airport that safely landed in Qatar. Qatar Airways plane left, last evening, local time there, and landed several hours later in Qatar. The Taliban let the flight depart, they said. Now, the Taliban had also made claims that we're the new Taliban. We're not the Taliban of days gone by. It's the Taliban 2.0, right? people will still have freedoms. Supposedly, the media was going to be allowed, and journalists were going to be allowed to cover what's happening in the country. No. Photos being released of some journalists where Taliban fighters have been beating, torturing, and detaining journalists for covering any protests in Kabul. Oh, we're questioning now their promise of media freedom. 2 reporters for one of the newspapers there were detained by the Taliban while covering a woman's protest in the west of Kabul Wednesday morning. 2 other journalists from that paper rushed to the police station along with the newspaper's editor to inquire about the whereabouts of their colleagues. But the moment they reached the police station, they say Taliban fighters pushed and slapped them, confiscated all their belongings, including their phones. Karimi barely finished his sentence, and one of the Taliban slapped him, told him to get lost, adding that as soon as they introduced themselves as journalists, the Taliban treated them with disdain. The 3 men were taken to a small holding cell with 15 people in it, 2 of whom were reporters with Reuters and Turkey's Anadolu agency. It was while they were holding that the 3 heard reports of the disturbing abuse that was suffered by the 2 newspaper reporters who were being held in separate rooms. We could hear the screams, the cries through the walls. The cellmates even heard the sounds of women crying from pain. That's what the Taliban's all about. Then the photos posted by the newspaper online filled the rest of the story. Clear physical evidence of floggings, beatings with cables that both of those men were subjected to. One of the reporters' back, upper legs, and face covered with deep red lesions. The other's left arm, upper back, upper legs, face covered with red welts. They were beaten so bad they couldn't walk. They were hit with guns, they were kicked, they were whipped with cables. The violence was so brutal that both of them at one point had lost consciousness from the pain. That's just the beginning of what's going to be unfolding there, especially for those Afghans that were trying to help the United States over that 20 years that we left behind. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and come back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed the American trucker should work smarter and not harder. That's why he developed the Turbo 3000, made in America by Americans for Americans.
To be successful, just install the Turbo 3000 on your truck. Increase your fuel economy, increase your horsepower while reducing emissions.
But don't take our word for it. Here's another Turbo 3000 success story.
I've had a Turbo 3000 on my 500 ISX Cummins, and I've noticed an increase in fuel economy over those 2.5 years that is better than what it had been without the Turbo 3000. I've noticed smoother idle, not so much smoking. For the price, I don't believe it can be beat.
Attention listeners to America's Trucking Network. Right now, as a special thank you, get a discount of $25 off and free shipping on your purchase of the Turbo 3000. For more information, visit us at turbo3000.com. Like us on Facebook or Instagram, or call us at 833-474-7774.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. Lines available. 844-844-3388. Maybe we'll get a serenade. What's going on, Knuckle Buster? Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, I thank God it's Friday. Let's see, Wednesday morning I met a car going the wrong way, and then yesterday morning going into Memphis, out of West Memphis there, truck in the right-hand lane. A car was broke down in the right-hand lane. That trucker never chucked up or changed lanes, but I did. I saw it all. I went to the inside track and was trying to get away from it all, and barely got by. He busted that car, just wide open. So I don't know if anybody got killed. They didn't report nothing on the news there, so I'm glad I didn't get involved in all that mess. Hey, Steve, I just want to know, was Philip whistling Dixie?
What do you mean?
He might have been there talking about, shutting everything down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't worry about that International Space Station. They were just trying to recreate a Cheech and Chong movie or playing Deep Purple Smoke on the Water. Burn the place to the ground, smoke on the water, a fire in the sky. That was a classic old song. Well, one of these days we're going to wake up from all this bad dream, Steve, and not have to worry about all of it. Biden won't be president no more. And I tell you what, after this pandemic, I still want some people to keep their distance from me. So, yesterday we had Michael Jordan's underwear for sale.
Yes, sir.
Today it was a baseball-sized clump of hair that came from the head of Elvis Presley. It sold for $72,500 in auction. That's a lot of money for just a clump of hair. Well, I got some news for you on that on your store there. You need to sell some white T-shirts there, so that and this will improve your ratings too. And we'll have a Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wet T-shirt contest. And then Horse Feathers and I can be judges.
Oh, boy. And
pour that skull buster beer over them girls wearing them white T-shirts there. And that's what we could do for the weekend. And you'd have us in the Overnight Drive bunker with you there, and we'd be judges, and you'd be the tiebreaker vote there.
Oh, boy.
And I promise you, there ain't nothing better than being at a wet T-shirt contest and hearing Bubba yell, good googa mooga, baby. So, I know that's right. All right, here's the dumbass joke for the week. How did Burger King get Dairy Queen pregnant?
How's that?
He forgot to wrap his Whopper.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it. All right, well, let's talk about the college football games to watch this weekend. That'll be Arkansas and Texas and Oregon and Ohio State. I think it'll be two good games. We'll see, any given Saturday, every given Sunday, and it could be a winner. We'll see who comes out on top there. Well, the NFL, Tampa Bay TB12 beat them Arlington Rancheros / Dallas Cowboys 31-29 tonight. Another game to watch this weekend will be the Vikings and the Bengals, the Browns and the Chiefs, the Dolphins and the Patriots. And we'll get to see old Mac Jones there. And then you get the Packers and the Saints. That'll be all the NFL. I don't know who this guy is, Steve. Brett Eldridge. He said he was a country singer.
Yeah.
I don't listen to that bro country. But he found a bear in his garage, Steve. And I don't think it was a Chicago bear fan either there. So I don't know. Well, anyway, that's all my hogwash for this hour. I'll call in that loneliest hour, and we'll see if we can entertain a little more.
All right, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. I see Terry is on the line. I think that's our friend, the Chevy guy, talked to earlier on the pre-show line or after-show line, right? So, Terry, if you could hang in there till I get through our news break here, we'll get you next, after which line's available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Yes, we've got lines available here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. Get right back to the calls. Terry, I appreciate you hanging in there. Morning, Terry. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. So interestingly, we had I guess Chevy guy told you we had a caller last evening that was kind of inquiring about, what's going on north of the border there. You've got an election coming up, and we were kind of confused. How is it that, I guess Trudeau could just call for an election at any time? How the heck does that work?
Yeah, they get elected and then they have a 4-year mandate, but they're not held to that 4 years. They can call an election anytime they want within that time frame.
Okay. So Trudeau calls for an election thinking that he was going to be able to garner like complete control of the parliament, right? Because things were kind of divided there. And what I'm seeing, what a report I saw last evening makes it sound as though they may not gain support, they may lose support, and there's a possibility Trudeau himself might even lose?
Yes, he had what was called a minority government. Like you have to have 170 seats to have the majority. He only had like 140 or something, so he couldn't get anything passed without the support of a sitting party beside him. So anyways, he decided that the polls were in his favor for him to get his majority back, so he called an election, and it's backfiring on him, which I'm glad to see because I can't really stand the guy myself. But right now he's behind, and he's being dogged by anti-vaxxers everywhere he goes. The protests, and it's getting pretty ugly for him out in the road there.
So, I mean, we had our big announcement from Biden yesterday. As we've been talking about these vaccine mandates, I don't pay a whole lot of attention what's going on in other countries, but I have seen that apparently there are, I guess, similar, many, thousands or millions of Canadians who feel like Trudeau, it's been a big government overreach, that he's trying to force too much down your throats.
Yeah, he, unfortunately for us, he doesn't have the power to mandate us to get the vaccines. Like, we still have the choice to get them done. But what's happening in Canada is all these employers are mandating that if you're going to work for us, you have to be vaccinated. So they're kind of taking his side. And I don't really much agree with that. And he goes on, everybody needs to be vaccinated. He goes on about that. And then he'll say at the end of a sentence, but I respect your choice not to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to shame us right now because starting this month or next month, we can't go into a restaurant or a movie theater or a sports event without proof of vaccination. So they're trying to get to the point where basically if you want to live and enjoy your life, you have to prove that you're vaccinated to go out and be entertained, if you will.
So essentially, it sounds like what everything Trudeau has already done. It looks like this Biden administration's taken right out of his playbook. They're going down the exact same route, making life miserable if you don't get the vaccination and, I guess, get in line, comply. That's the word, comply.
Yeah, exactly, and. Like I said, they're actually bringing in, which I don't agree with, and a lot of guys don't. They're bringing in vaccination passports that we have to have. They're trying to set it up on a QR code that you show whenever you go to a place of business. But I'm just curious. I'm not going to go to a restaurant to sit down and have a nice meal. But if I have to go, being over the road, I have to stop at a McDonald's or a Wendy's or something. Am I going to show that I'm vaccinated to go in there to order my Big Mac? I just don't know how that's going to play out yet.
Wow. So what's your sentiment, though? What's the, I guess like the word on the street? I mean, the report, like I said, that I saw said that Trudeau may actually possibly lose. Do you think that's a possibility, or is he going to hang on but just maybe not have as much parliament?
No, I don't think he's going to win this time. It's going to be tight, but I think he's going to lose to the Conservative Party, which is our version of your Republicans. And I consider he's a liberal, and I consider him comparable to your Democrats. Like, he's a big-time socialist who wants to give money to everybody for this, that, and the other things. Don't work for what you get.
Yeah.
But no, he's going to lose, and he's only I think maybe in his late 30s, early 40s, and just in my opinion, he's way too young to be governing our country.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate you taking the time out to dial us up. The election is now, 10 days away, I believe, on the 20th. Is that correct?
Yeah, September 20th. And also, sorry, Chevy Guy kind of woke me up, if you will, not woke society, but he was saying about our freedom of speech in the country, and I just go, yeah, we got freedom of speech. We can say whatever we want, but then, I really haven't been paying too much attention lately, but they did bring in the law about hate speech, where, if you say, all Muslims die, or, whatever, something disparaging against a certain race, you can be charged with a hate crime and literally go to jail for it. So they do cap our speech on us criticizing another race, if you will. But like the Chevy Guy said, as I was telling him, amongst my friends, I can say whatever I want and don't worry about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in an employee lunchroom, you're not going to sit there and start spouting off because, somebody will pick up on you.
Kind of turn you in. What about, did he say something about you can't say things negative about your government, or can you speak negatively about Trudeau per se, or?
Yeah, you can still criticize your government. Like I said, his campaign's being dogged really bad, and they're calling him. I'm going to say this politically correct. They're calling him a piece of turd, and they're calling him an a-hole and stuff. It's all on YouTube videos. They're just berated him wherever he goes. There's protesters that are following him around, just giving him a hard time. Mm-hmm. And no, the cops are right there, and they can't do nothing. We can cuss out our politicians and stuff and voice their concern. But if you get any form of violence, then they're going to arrest you. But as far as that goes, we can say whatever we want.
Very interesting. Well, so aside from that, how about the trucking industry? Anything in Canada? Anything new on the horizon? You guys have been dealing with. I think have you implemented the whole ELD thing yet, or is that still coming down the pike?
I think as far as Canada goes, it's next year, December 2022.
Okay.
But as far as me, I crossed the border, so I have to have it in here since the U.S. implemented it. But we're essential services. Like I'm sure you know, the borders are still closed for public travel. But we get to cross no problem because we're supporting the economy. But I'm just waiting, which I haven't heard yet, is the point where they're going to say, okay, all the vaccinations are out there. Now you have to be vaccinated as a truck driver to come into the States or come into Canada, even though you're essential services. We're not at that point yet, but I'm sure that's probably going to come down the tube at some time.
Wow. All right. So you tuned into the program. Where'd you find us, by the way? Where'd you find the program? I've
been on the road since 1993. I started off with the pumpkin company there, and I became an operator in 95. I've been listening to you and your dad since 93, but I just never called in. I like to thank you and your father. God bless his soul, but for keeping me entertained all these years over the road. I'm just your listener, but not your caller. But a Chevy guy asked me to call in, so here I am.
Oh, there you go. Well, it's good.
After almost after 30 years of listening to you.
That's great. All right. Well, I'm glad you're with us here, and I guess you dialed into the chat line and got to talk to some of the guys. So, yeah, welcome in. Don't be a stranger, Terry.
No, if you ever want any, inside information as far as what's happening up north, just throw my name out there and I'll give you a shout. But like I said, I just sit back and listen. I enjoy the cast of characters of the show there.
That's great. All right. Well, have a great Friday. Be safe out there on the roads, and thank you much. Thanks for asking him to call in, Chevy guy. I appreciate that. Yeah, about 12 before the hour, and we got plenty of room for you here. Almost wide open lines. 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We were talking earlier about the army worms invading different parts of the country. Well, for our friends in the Northeast and other areas, anyway, we just had Ida that brought torrential rains, flooding, stretching from the Gulf Coast to the Northeast. And according to the report from AccuWeather, we're now awaiting the emergence of the mosquitoes. Yep, as millions of people try to recover from Ida, historic flooding, experts have warned about the rise of what they call floodwater mosquitoes. Most mosquitoes in urban areas, like the common house mosquito, are from a species that breeds in standing water. If you've got water in a bucket, a lot of times you'll have tires out in the yard, water anywhere, bird baths, tarps, things like that, abandoned swimming pools. That's your common mosquito, your house mosquito. Floodwater mosquitoes, such as the inland floodwater mosquito, they lay their eggs in dry locations where there's a high probability of flooding. Now, how they know that, I don't know. Of course, as there was extreme flooding last week across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, including in and around New York City, the Philadelphia metro areas, chief entomologist at the National Pest Management Association said it's important to understand different mosquito species have different life cycles. Also, different mosquito species have different capacity for transmitting disease. Floodwater mosquitoes, as they're called, are most abundant around the edges of moist pastures, irrigation furrows, ditches, similar habitats. Rainwater pushes the groundwater upward, creating puddles, small ponds, flooded meadows and fields. Although they're not a vector of diseases that particularly these floodwater mosquitoes carry, they are very aggressive biters. They want to suck your blood. These mosquitoes are active during the nighttime hours as well as during the daytime hours, so you'll be fighting them off at any time of day. Now, those areas that just experienced historic flooding during Ida, you'll start seeing those floodwater mosquito populations peak within a week. Then your common house mosquitoes will develop after a couple of weeks. So it sounds like if you're going to be in that region in the Northeast where you had the floodwaters, get ready for the mosquito invasion. I guess maybe a good time to stock up on some DEET, some bug spray, so you don't get all ate up. Hello, Heat Wave.
Hello again, Senor. I just wanted to call in and say that Interstate 15 at mile marker 75 here in Nevada is open. So they opened it up here about 10 minutes ago. I guess it was a fatality they were investigating, and I seen the pickup, and it did not look very good. So anyways, I just let everybody know that it is open. So, yeah, I tell you what, with those mosquitoes and whatnot, I guess if you need to buy stock in a company, you need to buy it in the company that makes off, Deep Woods off, and the other stuff you're talking about, DEET, because you're going to be making a killing here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
I never even thought about that, but yeah, I feel pretty smart getting that artificial turf. So, yeah, I don't have to worry about that nonsense, and no puddling. It just goes right through the fabric or whatever that stuff is and drains out. And yeah, I don't have to worry about any mosquitoes. It's just them damn flies I got to worry about. So, and these flies that we got out there, I mean, they just don't land on you and bug you. I mean, they land on you and bite you.
Bite you, yeah. I hate that.
They're not. Yeah, they're not horse flies. I mean, they're little bitty old things, like a house fly. But I know my dogs, both their ears are just ate up with stuff. So every week, even though it says it lasts for 8 weeks, I go out and I spray the yard with that yard off yard spray. And, I try to keep it down. I got bags that have the smelly stuff in there to draw them. But, I thought it was just because I had a steer and a lamb down in the barn a couple of years ago that we had them so bad. But no, they seem to come out about this time of year, just right after the monsoon season. And then when it starts getting cold is when them little buggers decide it's time to drop off and die or lay eggs or whatever. But it's no fun. So, but anyway, that's mainly what I wanted to let everybody know, that I-15 is open again. So,
good
off
news.
To the mile high we go.
Back up and
All
running.
righty, senor, you have yourself a good. Yep. So you have yourself a good weekend. Tell Rowan good luck at the football game tomorrow, and looking forward to the scores.
All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend. And let me see here. Yeah, we all know about the inability to find help. Nobody wants to work. Yeah, this particular story focused on Chick-fil-A, but I mean, we know it's all the fast food joints. I mean, not just fast food. I mean, all the dining establishments. Yeah, your mom and pop. Yeah, down-home cooking restaurants. Yeah, fine dining, sit-down restaurants. Your local Chick-fil-A may look a little different as of late. And there's a particular reason as to why. As the report is, the fast food chain is dealing with, like so many others, a worker shortage that has affected many locations, particularly in the state of Alabama. This shortage falls among widespread struggles in the leisure and hospitality sector. They cited numerous Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama that are struggling to even keep their doors open because they don't have enough help at the restaurants. A location in Bessemer, Alabama says, "We are in the midst of a staffing crisis. Our team members are exhausted, and there is no relief for them in the roster. Can't find anyone new to bring in. They are cutting back to where they're now doing just drive-through and mobile ordering services. So they're now not even opening the doors." Now, the Bessemer location shared that they're doing okay with their staffing crisis. Other locations, another one in Calera, Alabama, said that they're dealing with this issue while trying to stay open to serve customers. They said, quote, "You may have noticed we've closed our dining room, turned off our curbside delivery, and limited the amount of catering orders we can accept. This is to reduce the stress on our team." That location's operator said that this worker shortage facing his restaurant and many others. We've seen far fewer people applying for jobs. And then when we do have a new hire, they take the job and then resign within the first couple of weeks. They just quit the job. Obviously, as we said, they're not the only one dealing with it. I saw earlier this week, it's got so bad in Oregon that there's a McDonald's. They've got a banner in front of the restaurant asking for 14 and 15-year-olds to apply for work. Heather Coleman, the Medford McDonald's restaurant operator, explained that raising the minimum wage to $15 per hour didn't apparently attract new applicants. But lowering the hiring age to 14 brought in like 25 applications in 2 weeks. The young employees have been kind of a blessing in disguise. They have the drive, they've got the work ethic, they get the technology, they catch on quick. Other fast food chains are following suit. The Texas chicken chain, Lane's Chicken Fingers, is promoting teenagers into management, reportedly paying salaries of around $50,000 annually. Okay. One restaurant said, I've got a good crop of 16 and 17-year-olds, but I need another year or two to get them seasoned to run the stores. There's a Burger King in Ohio that also posting a sign looking to hire 14-year-olds. Sign says, do you have a 14 or 15-year-old? Do they need a job? We'll hire them. See, in most cases, I mean, that's the age where for the most part, you're either going to, mom or dad's going to have to take you to work and pick you up from work, because most of them don't have a driver's license yet. Or if you live in close enough proximity, maybe to walk to work, but 14, 15 years old. Final hour just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced several measures Thursday aimed at combating the continuing COVID pandemic. The largest part of his plan involved new federal vaccine requirements that would have all employers with 100 or more employees mandate vaccinations or test weekly. That rule would affect about 80 million Americans and would be enacted through the Department of Labor. Biden also announced that the federal government would work to increase supplies of testing materials and provide more federal support to schools to operate safely. And for the first time since U.S. forces left Afghanistan, a commercial flight carrying foreigners departed from Kabul's airport. The State Department says that 10 U.S. citizens and 11 green card holders were among the estimated 200 foreigners aboard the Qatar Airways flight to Doha on Thursday. A Qatari envoy said another 200 passengers are expected to depart the country on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Jay Schrader, Super Bowl 22 champion and former Raiders quarterback. Playing professional football for 11 years beat my body up pretty bad. I've had so many surgeries on my neck, back, and shoulders and knees, I've just learned to live with constant discomfort. I tried so many products, some worked for a little while, but nothing gave me total relief until one day, a golfing buddy introduced me to sonsoflibertycbd.com. I used their CBD Muscle Ease, rubbed it on my hands and neck, and wow, what did it do for me? I immediately began using their other products, and I have golfed pain-free for the first time in many years. I've reached out to Sons of Liberty CBD and visited their operation from farm to factory. Folks, this team walks the walk. Their motto is, for vets, by vets. I shared the product with my friend Wayne Allen Root, and now he's a fan of sonsoflibertycbd.com. Wayne's fans will receive a 15% discount using code WAR15 at checkout. I've told all my NFL buddies about sonsoflibertycbd.com, and now I'm telling you. Go to sonsoflibertycbd.com. When it works for you, like it did for me, we both win.
President Biden announced a new federal vaccine mandate on Thursday that will compel all employers with more than 100 employees to require their employees to get vaccinated against COVID or be tested for the virus at least once a week. Representative Andy Harris says that the president's policy completely ignores Americans who already have a level of natural immunity from being infected by the virus. The Maryland Republican tells Newsmax TV that the mandate is nothing more than a governmental overreach.
You know, the example would be, if the government decided everybody has to have an appendectomy, remove your appendix, but you said, well, but I've had it removed, and they say, we don't care, we're going to give you an operation anyway. Why in the world would you want to vaccinate people who had the natural disease and now we know probably have superior immunity? It's because the president says he can force you to do it. That's the reason. He says he has the authority and power.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Department of Justice announced Thursday that it is suing the state of Texas over a new controversial abortion law that bans all procedures after 6 weeks. Tim Berg has more.
The Justice Department is suing Texas over a new abortion law. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the law is clearly unconstitutional under long-standing U.S. Supreme Court precedent. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley reacts to Attorney General Merrick Garland's announcement on Fox News.
What is really odd about this is that the Department of Justice is entering as a party. Usually the Department of Justice is an amicus or a friend of the court. Here it's saying we're a party of interest. Anytime a state law threatens constitutional rights, we have skin in the game. That's not exactly how the Department of Justice has operated in the past. And I think some courts are going to ask about that. You know, for example, Garland said, we're going to say that this field is partially or wholly preempted. The Supreme Court has always recognized that states have a right to legislate in the area of abortion. The question is where to draw that line. So this is a major assertion of federal authority, and perhaps an unprecedented one.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio is on lockdown after reports of an active shooter. Officials locked down the base at approximately 9:25 Eastern as emergency responders responded to the call from the National Air and Space Intelligence Center on the base. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see here as we get our final hour underway. Had an email from Quicksilver checking in this morning. He said, I'm listening tonight. You're sounding much better than earlier this week. Fighting through that respiratory thing, yeah. Voice is much stronger, right? Not quite back to full strength, but a lot closer. Yeah, he said, you're a tough, dedicated hombre. Well, thank you, Quicksilver. We pushed through, right? We all know we're paying more. How much more are we going to pay? Well, it looks like, yeah, according to this report, everything's going to be going up. A number of businesses facing supply crunch-driven inflation say they expect to pass on the higher prices to the consumer. According to the Federal Reserve, producer price inflation and its potential spillover onto the store shelves is one of the themes from the Fed's most recent version of the Bay's book we released a couple days ago that gives an economic snapshot of the U.S. from July through August from the central banks, all the varying districts. Resource shortages are pervasive. Input price pressures are widespread. Many businesses reporting difficulties sourcing key inputs, even at greatly increased prices. Firms have continued to report exceptionally widespread increases in input prices. particularly in the construction, manufacturing, wholesale trade, transportation, warehousing industries. Contracts in all sectors expect widespread input price increases for the rest of the year. Half of the districts in the country described price inflation as strong. The other half characterized as it moderate. In many cases, higher input cost will translate to higher prices for the consumer. Adding fuel to the dynamic were upward price pressures on wages. Most businesses characterizing wage growth as strong as demand for workers continues to strengthen. All districts noted extensive labor shortages, constraining employment, and in many cases actually impeding business activities. I don't know how quickly things will change, seeing as it was Monday of this week, right? Yeah, it was Monday the 6th, where that $300 a week extended additional unemployment, those benefits ran out. Maybe we'll begin to see in the next couple of weeks a return of people willing to begin taking up some of those jobs. Maybe it'll get a little bit easier for some of the restaurant and service sector employers out there. We'll have to wait and see. But hey, let's back to the calls here. Is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
What are you doing, Steve?
Hey there. Aren't you at the aren't you at the Marina Del Rey? What are you sitting out there drinking them Skull Busters or what?
No, I'm out in Dodge City, Kansas, man.
Oh.
I was laying down on the bed watching reruns, and I got a knock on the door. And I went there to look in the peephole, and they had the hand up over the door, and they knocking on the door. Who in the hell is messing with me? I opened the door, man. You talking about a flashback. Now, this was a flashback. I ain't seen this cat in about 20 years. And he could be Jerry Reed's twin brother. And I said, what the hell are you doing in Dodge City, Kansas? He said, well, I was passing through and I seen your truck sitting out there in front of the motel. Yeah, I think you come back and say hello. I said, well, come on in here. And he said, hell, let's go somewhere and eat. I said, I don't eat. He said, but I said, I'll go over there to the little old sports bar there across the street here, and we'll have us a meal here. So anyway, we went over there and got to reminiscing about old times, and one skull buster led to another skull buster, because we weren't drinking skull buster. We were drinking them yellow jackets, them Coors Light, Rocky Mountain goat pee. Oh man, I tell you one thing, we covered a lot of ground tonight. I was glad to see the old fool, but he said, well, I'm going to get a room there. And said, we'll go to breakfast in the morning. I said, don't wake me up for 10:30 in the morning. I said, don't get up with the chickens like you usually do. And he said, I won't. I said, I mean it now. I said, you couldn't have knocking on my door at 5, 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. I said, I'm going to knock the hell out of you. So anyway, I was waiting on a load out here, and then we head back to Marina Del Rey. But Steve, have you seen any of this stuff where GM and Ford and all them supposed to start laying people off today? That, you know, they can't get the computer chip to build no more cars. They got Kentucky Speedway filled up. So I mean, you know, they're gonna start laying people off. Well, they start laying people off. People ain't got no money to go to these fast food joints and buy food and stuff. It's just a never-ending cycle here that this idiot up there in the White House has created. And the other thing that really got me when I was reading on it this afternoon, because Debbie called me and said, you hear what he wants to do now? I said, no, what's that idiot want to do now? I said, well, he wants to make the IRS really crack down on these banks. So if you have a lot of transactions going through, a lot of money movement, he wants to monitor it and stick the IRS on you. And man, I'm gonna tell you what, Steve. When you believe he can't get no more stupider, he gets more stupider. I mean, I don't know where this guy's going, but we got to talking tonight, talking about that vaccine. Gonzo asked me, he said, "You took that vaccine?" I said, "No, I ain't took it. I had no intentions of taking it." I said, "I got me a way out of it." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I'm gonna claim I'm handicapped. I'm a cancer survivor, and I don't know what them molecules they put in that serum they're shooting in you might rise them cancer cells again. So I'm gonna tell them that I ain't taking the damn thing." And you got a good point there, very good point.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, he said he wasn't gonna take it, and I said, "Well, what you gonna do if they make you take it?" He said, I'm gonna sell a truck or park it or whatever and just stop. He said, "I'm not taking that mess." And I said, "Well, that's the way I feel about it. I mean, if you want to take it, you ought to take it. If you don't, it should be your choice. I mean, and that should be the end of it. We don't need this 80-year-old blundering idiot to tell us what we need to do when he can't even take care of his damn self. He don't even know what world he wakes up in the morning, But Steve, I was messing around on the iPad this afternoon when I got to the motel there trying to catch up on stuff, and I was listening to old trucking songs. And you got to listen to some of the old stuff, songs I had forgot about, and then was on YouTube, and I seen this thing, Steve Sommers TV interview. This guy come to the studio. He was in Florence, Kentucky at the TA, and he come to the studio there and was sitting in with you. You remember that interview?
That was actually Brandon Soho. He was a producer. He was my producer at the time. He was producing for me, trying to get his, start in radio. And he ultimately, he was going to UC, he wanted to get into television eventually. He did that little segment there and submitted that as for a grade, and he went on to, he left me as a producer. He went to do sports down in Columbus, Georgia at some, I don't know if it was a college at the time. Then he moved to New Orleans and covered the Saints, the NFL team. And now he is back here in Cincinnati, and he is a sportscaster for, I believe, Channel 5 here in Cincinnati.
Wow. Well, I got to watching that thing. It was showing the board, and it popped up Monkey Gouger, and Eagle, and a couple more. I said, "Damn, look at this!"
Yep.
I said, "Boy, you talking?" I said, "I didn't even know this clip was out you." But that's what 4 or 5 years ago he was up there.
It has to have been 5, 6, 7. Because he, like I said, he went and worked for a year or so in Georgia before he went over to New Orleans, and he's been back here. It had to be 6, 7 years ago, I'm thinking.
I remember him because I think he was going to work for the Fox something along
the first place he went when he left me, he went to the news desk at the Channel 19 here in Cincinnati. He worked there for a while, and he's worked his way up. I mean, he's quite the success story.
Yeah, I mean, that was something.
Starting out as a producer for Steve Sommers, no less.
Yeah. Are you feeling any better now?
Yeah, like I was just saying, my voice is almost back to normal. My congestion is not nearly as bad. Still got to blow my schnoz here and there, but yeah, things are a whole lot better.
Good. Well, I tell you, I was thinking about you tonight when I was tipping them coal. Man, them things had ice on them. I thought old Sommers was up here. I said he could be up here having a few adult beverages with us and talk about old times. But I tell you, man, I was glad to see that cat. Like I said, I'd lost all contact with him, And he said he'd been following me through different things and stuff. And he said, I used to listen to you on the radio, and now that radio. And I said, oh boy, I said, let me hook you up. Let me hook you up right now. So I showed him how to put it on his telephone. And I said, call in there sometime, man. I said, don't be a stranger. I said, call in. I said, you get a $60 coupon if you're a first-time caller. And I said, you tightwad, I know you want $60. So anyway, so if you see Gonzo come on the board, tell him he's not a first-time caller because I announced him tonight. So, give him a rash of hell. So anyway, you enjoy your weekend, buddy, and we're going to lay down here and catch us a little nap and see what we can get into tomorrow afternoon.
All righty, Monkey Gouger, good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week, all right? Be safe heading back to the Marina Del Rey.
Thank you, buddy.
And he brought that up, and I'm sitting here thinking, darn, I had our friend from Canada on the line there a few minutes ago, and he'd been listening for 30 years and never called in, and he was the first time. I didn't take his number down to get him a code. What's his name anyway? Was that? We just talked to the guy. Yeah, Chevy guy. You'll let me know who that was. We got to get his phone number so I can get him a code. Right? 21 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. I punched over to the comment board. No sooner did I mention I forgot to give a code. That was Terry. Several people said, yeah, hello, neighbor Dave. Eskimo Mom said it was Terry from Canada there. I'll get his number from Chevy Guy. Yeah, he may be on the after hours thing anyway, because that's where Chevy Guy was talking to him before the show. As somebody, I think Robert posted, well, I guess when I was talking to him, give him a code. Like a dummy. Hello, Larry. Larry's on board this morning, heading into work. Let me see here. Who else? MOON. Hello, Moon. He said, morning, Steve. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you again, Hot Shot Secret, for bringing Steve back. He's come a long way since day one. All right. Well, thank you, Moon. Have a great weekend. And, all right, Rick's going to chill out. He's been listening for several hours. Have a safe, awesome weekend, guys and gals, he says. There you go. Yes, Steve. Hey there. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Good morning again. Hey, there was a couple things I wanted to touch on that I forgot about. First of all, have you heard from Eagle at all? I haven't heard from him in over a week.
He has not called in this week. Yeah, last week he checked in a time or two, but he hadn't been with us at all this week.
Yeah, I wonder if he's on vacation. But yeah, I was just wondering if you had heard from him. But getting back to that banking deal, Steve. I don't know if you read that piece. I think this happened about a week ago. Retired General Michael Flynn, that J.P. Chase had suspended his credit and his credit cards.
Really?
Did you hear that story?
No, I did not.
Oh, yes. I'll try and find it and forward it to you. But yeah, they didn't approve of his spending habits, who he was donating money to, and so forth. And they canceled his credit cards. And what they did was Chase came out with a statement saying that we apologize. This was an error. I don't know if they rectified the situation or not, but I'll forward you the article if I can find it. So my point being, what's going to happen, Steve? Remember we talked about this ESG score?
Mm-hmm.
Social justice score.
Yep.
You know, if your house is solar, if you're falling in line with the woke and everything else, then your ESG score is going to be high. But if you buy ammunition, or you own an AR, if you donate to the Republican Party or Donald Trump, your ESG score is going to be quite low. And you're not going to be able to get credit cards. You're not going to be able to get a mortgage. And that's how they're going to try and choke off people that don't fall in line. The same with the vaccine. If you don't fall in line, they're going to choke you off. You're not going to be able to get on a plane. As far as the banking industry goes, that's what's happening. A lot of financial wizards, so to speak, financial gurus that have been talking about this for a while now. And Glenn Beck's talked about it for quite a while, years, that this is going to happen. So, when we sold our house in Illinois, we had a lot of equity in there, Steve. And we got a substantial amount of money. And I really didn't know what to do with it. I didn't want to put it into the market because I really, with Biden and the economy, I was kind of fearful of doing that. So what I did was I put it in a small credit union in town. And, I researched them, and they're nationwide credit union, but they're not a big bank.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up closing my account with Chase. But for those type of banks, Chase and Bank of America and, Wells Fargo, these banks are totally woke, Steve. I mean, they are totally left. All their money goes to the Democratic Party. And I believe the way that they're going to finance this surveillance deal that Biden's trying to push through, I think they're going to get kickbacks from the government. That's how it's going to get funded. And like one caller said before, once the interest rates start going up, they're going to fund it that way too. So, the other thing I look at too is cryptocurrency. They're trying to put a handle on that because people are making huge dollars off of that. So, I thought about maybe buying a coin or two, of that Bitcoin, maybe for an investment. But I'm still not sure about that, So I just put it in a credit union. It's not really earning anything, and, that's fine for right now. But I'm kind of leaning towards gold and silver, to protect that cash. Because if they get rid of that cash, with this digital age that we're coming into, that's when you have to start worrying. But, this surveillance is already going on. Like I said, for Chase to cancel Michael Flynn's credit cards, they know something that, they're looking at him.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're gonna start looking at everybody.
I mean, for years and years, they've had this whole $10,000. I mean, if you made a transaction for more than $10,000, they've been reporting that. But he's talking about taking it down to $600.
Right, and you think about, what's the price of a weapon? An AR-15 if you want, because I bought one online. You can buy them all over the place online. They're out there, and they're roughly around $1,000. For a decent one.
Yeah.
So that transaction right there would get flagged. Ammunition. You buy a case of ammunition, you're talking about $600 to $700-800 for depending on what kind you buy. That's a red flag right there. So there's this is happening, and it's no different than what I said before. This is the same type of surveillance that happened in the USSR, happened in Nazi Germany, communist China. It's just scary. It really is that this is the kind of society that these people want to implement upon us. The rights are going, like you said, Steve. Every day you wake up, you're losing a bit of your freedom. Your rights. So.
But Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's just one.
You heard Joe Biden stood at the podium yesterday, though, and that's the clip they've been playing on the news. I heard he said, "This is not about freedom. This is not about personal choice." The hell it is. It's all about freedom.
Yep, it's all about freedom. It's all about personal choice. And like I said before, when they talk about abortion, what do they talk about? It's about freedom of choice. It's about a woman's body. It's her choice. Well, this is the same thing. This should be our choice. Not the company you work for, not the federal government. I'll tell you, I think a lot of these governors, especially in these red states, are gonna step up and they're gonna fight this thing all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. But so my last point, Steve, being about the banking, I just suggest, my opinion is find yourself a small bank like that FNB, that one link that lady sent you. That was a good letter from a bank. So when you're looking at a bank, just make a phone call, ask them what their views are, how they feel about these things that the government's trying to implement, and you'll be able to know right away. But you got to stay away from the big, the big three, so to speak. Those are the ones that are going to fall in line with the Biden administration and try to put this stuff through. Yeah. And it's already happening. It's been going on for a while. But anyway, Steve, you have a great weekend, man. And we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you much. Good to hear from you once again there. I've got the scoop. I did dig that up. Yeah. It's about, 2 weeks ago, I guess. Yeah. Chase Bank apologizing to former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn for a credit card cancellation letter that was sent to the Flynn family. Wait till I tell you what the letter said. First, we got to get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Republican National Committee says it will sue the Biden administration over the COVID vaccine mandates that President Biden announced on Thursday. In a statement, RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel called the mandate unconstitutional and said that the RNC would sue when it goes into effect to protect Americans and their liberties. The president announced Thursday that all federal workers and contractors would be required to get vaccinated, along with new rules from the Department of Labor that would require employers with more than 100 employees to mandate vaccinations or perform weekly testing. And the second largest school district in the country has voted to mandate COVID vaccinations for all eligible students. The Los Angeles Unified School Districts Board voted Thursday to require all students 12 and older to be fully vaccinated by January. The board wrote language into the policy for medical or other exemptions. Only the Pfizer vaccine is currently available for children ages 12 to 17. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we're back at it here. So Chase Bank apologizing to former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. The letter he received, the letter sent August 20th, read, quote, "We decided to close your credit cards on September the 18th of 2021 because continuing the relationship creates possible reputational risk to our company." If Flynn was pardoned by Trump after he's the one that had pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI, cast doubt on the integrity of the 2020 election, but he was the one that was pretty much, he was set up, he was framed. Flynn responded by saying, Chase Bank has gone full-blown woke. Yeah, he wrote on the site, they need to deal with their own reputation instead of persecuting my family. The Department of Justice dropped my case for their own egregious government misconduct. It appears you weren't that lucky with the Department of Justice. I guess my America First political views don't align with yours? Now, when he posted the letter to the social media platform, he blacked out personal information and the first name of the addressee, whoever it was going to. Chase then claims the letter was sent by mistake. A Chase representative said on Tuesday it was Flynn's wife, Lori, who had the account. We've contacted our customer to let her know that we made an error. We apologized for any inconvenience that this may have caused. And I said, I pray Chase Bank and all their cancel culture partners think twice about what they're doing to destroy the fabric of our Constitution, says Flynn. Trust me, the heart and soul of America will never be broken. We, the people, will prevail, he said. That sounded like that was a political setup. That was a hit job by Chase Bank. I mean, think about it. I mean, your political views would cause reputational harm to your bank so they can actually cancel your damn cards or accounts? How is that possible? Yeah, I say, okay, so yeah, they say we made a mistake, but I mean, that really says something if they even attempt that with one individual. We said the same thing when Trump was banned from Twitter and Facebook and the social media platforms. If you can do it to a former sitting president, they can do it to anybody. Get in line, comply, that's the word. Now, if you're a friend of mine on Facebook, I came across, after the program yesterday morning, I came across the video of apparently Howard Stern on his program. I guess it was Wednesday of this week, was talking about the vaccine stuff. And he stooped so low as to actually make fun and laugh about these individuals who have died from COVID. These conservative radio hosts like Phil, he mentioned Phil Valentine. And there's been a total of 4 in total, 2 Florida announcers and 2 from Tennessee. Valentine was one of them. He was laughing about them. They had these anti-vaxxer guys, they died of COVID. And their dying words were, I should have taken the vaccine. All right, that's one thing. But then he goes on, and this is where he really crossed the line in my book. He said, quote, F your freedom. F you. Get the shot. I think it's time that we mandate you get the shot. He was going on and on about, okay, if you don't get the shot and you go to the hospital, you don't get treated. I mean, he's hearkening back to some of that mentality that Spaceman pissed some people off about months and months ago. And you got to think about what you're saying. So anyway, I made a little post. Howard Stern said, F your freedom, get the shot. I say F Howard Stern. I want my freedom. Now, a couple of these guys, and I think Phil Valentine was in the same category. He wasn't anti-vax. And I'm not anti-vax. I've stated time and time again, I'm about freedom of choice. If you want it, get it. If you don't want it, don't get it. What's so difficult about that? And Stern, he's got this mindset, well, I'm stuck in my house. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything because of all these idiots out there that won't get the shot. Last I checked, when I went to school, I had to have a measles, and I had to have a mumps, and I had to have a polio shot, or I couldn't go to school. Yeah, Howard, those shots weren't experimental. Those were proven effective shots. What you're trying to mandate right now, as we're learning with each passing day, and I'm telling you, it's going to continue to get worse. These so-called breakthroughs, the number of people that have had the shot and they're getting COVID anyway. The COVID is mutating. You're going to have different strains. You're going down an awful slippery slope. That's all I can say. The COVID vaccine. You hear these people say, Steve, this is not something new. They've been working on this mRNA technology for years, which is true. I'm aware of that. They've been working on this for years. You know what? Everything they've done prior to this particular mRNA vaccine has failed. None of the trials using the mRNA technology, they were working to treat things like cancer. None of them were successful. That's why it had never been approved before. Until now. You realize the fastest ever approved FDA-approved vaccine in history took 4 years to get approval. They whipped this thing up, shoved it through, and the FDA has already, Pfizer's already got the, quote, approval. Now, the fastest in previous history took 4 years. Regardless of what they try to say, you gotta realize it's all a trial. It's trial and error. This is a test. That's all I'm going to say. And I've said it many times before, but make your own choice. And for the government, and I'm glad to hear the RNC did not waste any time. They're immediately going to sue, trying to say this is not constitutional. You cannot force people to do this. Can't do it. Anyway, back to the calls. I digress. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. T. Sommers. When God takes Howard Stern home, it ain't going to be no big loss to me there. So, good riddance is all I'd say to it. Monkey Gadget, that's Johnny Paycheck and Colorado Kool-Aid, buddy. I think that was a good old song back in there talking about drinking them coolers there. Saturday is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We'll play Alan Jackson's Wherever You in the World to the Field. And then we got Sunday is Grandparents' Day. You gotta, take your grandbabies to church there, introduce them to Jesus Christ, and spend some time with them there, because for some reason, your grandbabies think the sun rises and sets in your butt, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a line from an Alan Jackson song there. He just put a brand new album out, Where Have You Gone? And it says, we only get so many trips around the sun. Some things matter and some things don't. And that's right. And them grandbabies matter a whole lot, Steve. What was the discount for the Turbo 3000 I heard the other night? I didn't get to catch the entire ad for being on Overnight Drive.
10%. The code is Steve Saves.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good thing to do there. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret. Buy a Pluto headset from Stellar Electronic. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Wet T-shirt contest. That sounds like a great deal to me, buddy.
Yeah, you're on that.
Just don't tell Mama. Yeah, don't tell Mama Sommers, and I won't tell Mama Knucklebuster either. We'll all be a lot better off there. And y'all join into the after hours show there. And that's all baloney, hogwash, or garbage for this week. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right, have a good weekend there, Knucklebuster. About 9 before the hour. We'll get a final 2-minute timeout. Come back, wind things down here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These bowlers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here. Not a whole lot of time left, but I want to grab Larry because Larry was online with us yesterday morning. We ran out of time. Hello, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning. I wanted to kind of promote a little program I'm involved in. As you know, I ride a motorcycle with a group called Fire and Iron. It's a firefighters motorcycle club. And most of our, we call them stations, we don't call them chapters, are having some kind of a 9/11 event all over the country, from Florida to the all across the country. We have one in Cincinnati there. It's a motorcycle event that's going to start at the Cincinnati Fire Museum, downtown Cincinnati. Registration is from 10 to 12. And then we take off from there and we go to Harrison, the Taste of Harrison. But we're going to be riding through western Hamilton County. I'm very excited about that. We have just a lot of cool things that are happening. The 9/11 trailer that goes around the Cincinnati area is going to be there when we arrive. We're going to be greeted by the mayor and a lot of other officials in the city of Harrison. And at the 9/11 trailer, it's also the Taste of Harrison. So it's going to tie in really, really well with our ride. Kind of pumped about it. Also, I am when that's done, I am going on a trip to Maine. I'll be trailering my motorcycle. First stop is going to be Erie, Pennsylvania. We're going to stop there for a day, meet up with some friends. Then we're going to go to Vermont, a place called Marlborough, Vermont. Never been there, never heard of it, but we're going to stop there. And then my wife, Tracy, wants to go to Salem, Massachusetts. Oh, I can't wait, Steve. But we're going to go there. And then ultimately we're going to end up in a place called Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Have you ever heard that name?
Have not heard of it, no.
It's a really neat place. It's up near Portland, Maine. My whole purpose is I'm going to a wedding for a girl that I used to coach in soccer years ago when she was in the 11th and 12th grade. But she's getting married. She's now 30. So I'm kind of pumped about the trip and excited about the whole process. So I have a lot of folks will be attending this program with 9/11. The charge is, I think it's $10, $15 a bike, but we are donating 70% of the money that we collect to different nonprofits. One is going to be the Cincinnati Fire Museum, and the other one is going to be to the folks that kind of manage and take care of that 9/11 trailer that makes a lot of events around the Cincinnati area. So pretty pumped about that.
That's cool. And I think you've got some beautiful weather on tap for this weekend for all. I mean, hell, they got the Harvest Home Festival, the Taste of Harrison. We got the Vinaigrette, the Art and Craft Wine Festival going on this weekend. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff going to be happening. And for once, a beautiful weekend weather-wise for all that good stuff.
You know, Steve, at the Vinaigrette, have you actually ever met Cresso McCulloch?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
He has one of the most interesting stories that I've ever heard in my life. You know, he was he's from Croatia. He was an Olympian. And the sign that as you're going there, that is a Ohio landmark. I helped get that sign with Senator Stan Aronoff when I was the president of the Coleraine Township Business Association. Cresso, such a unique individual. You can see pictures up on the second floor that he was involved in designing components for the B-1 bomber and the Apache helicopter. Did you know that?
And a whole lot more than that, too. Hell, his designs, his motor designs, are in probably half the damn military aircraft we have.
The amazing thing about him, when a company called Rulon Electric wanted to hire him years ago, they sat down, they talked about the position, they shook hands, he was hired, and they asked him, so when are you moving to California? His response was, no, I am a farmer. I have a farm here. They moved an office over on Waycross into the Cincinnati area to house him. He was that important of an employee. Yep. The Vinaigrette is a pretty neat event. You know, I've always looked forward to going to that myself.
Well, good to hear from you, Larry. We gotta leave it at that because we are out of time. Clock says I got to get out the door here. So Yeah, enjoy your weekend. If you come out to the Binnacle, look me up tonight, say hello, and we'll see you back here Sunday night into Monday morning. A regular old weekend. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.